is strictly prohibited.
The President, please be seated. The court is now in session. The President, we note your presence, Mr. Co-Prosecutor.
Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, Your Honours. Good morning, Counsel. Your Honours, I would just like to bring to your attention that this morning the prosecution has passed around a booklet. It relates to the Rule 92 submission to put before the Chamber under 87.2 a series of photographs that relates to the functioning of Chung Ek and the functioning of S21 and the grave site at Chung Ek. So 158 photographs. We advised Your Honours of that on the 5th of May. So a booklet has been produced. These documents are on the case file. I would just ask Your Honours that if it would be possible for the prosecution at some point in time after the finishing of your questioning of the accused on Chung Ek, or after the prosecution's questioning, or whenever you think it's appropriate, if we could formally put these photographs to Your Honours under 87.2 and 87.3. Also at that time, what we would like to do is also formally put the documents referred to in the prosecution notice of E53, which was filed last month, relating to the physical layout of S21. A booklet has already been provided in that regard, and some photographs have been used to date, but the full amount of photographs don't formally appear to be in the record. So I would ask that for completeness that the prosecution be able to put to the Chamber those documents and perhaps briefly show the public the nature of the photographs, in accordance with the trial management guideline that Your Honours has given in relation to a very brief summary of those documents. And thirdly, we would like to take that opportunity to also put before the Chamber the revised prisoner list and the annexes. As you know, Your Honour, there's 51 annexes that relate to the different categories of people at S21 and the time periods in which they were present at S21. Some of those annexes have been referred to specifically by Your Honours, but a great number of them still haven't been referred to, and it's not the prosecution's intention to put each annex to the accused, of course, but I mean the defence, of course, can make any observation about those annexes at that time. I would suggest that the formal putting the documents to Your Honours, the three sets of documents, I would suggest that would take about 20 to 30 minutes in accordance with the more abbreviated guideline as stated by you. We can do it in even shorter format than that, but for the public purposes of the public, I think those documents could be dealt with within about 20 or so minutes. But we're in Your Honour's hands as when the appropriate time to do that. The only reason why I raise it now is that as we're moving from the functioning of S21 to Chung Ek to other parts of the case and the witnesses, I think it would be appropriate that this evidence be made clear and placed on the case file, or they're on the case file, but be placed on the list of evidence that Your Honours can refer to at this point in time. Thank you.
The President, thank you, Mr. Co-Prosecutor, for raising the matter up. The Chamber has obtained the photos in which the Co-Prosecutor attempted to project or present during the sessions. The Chamber would like to also hear from other parties to the proceeding, whether they would like to object, or is there any objection concerning the attempt to present these photos in the sessions. If there is no objections, the Chamber
Mr. Roux, Mr. President, Your Honours, I would respectfully like to call the attention of the Chamber to the fact that the Co-Prosecutor's office hurried to the point that it forgot about one of our fundamental rules, which is that it is not at all allowed to give the name of witnesses who are protected witnesses, and it is absolutely forbidden also to show their pictures, their photos, whereas in this booklet there are names and photos for a number of witnesses who are yet to be summoned. I would like to ask the co-prosecutors to exercise deeper caution. Thank you.
The President, the co-prosecutor, you take the floor.
Alors, pour clarifier la position de la défense.
Judge Lavergne, to clarify the position of the defense, Mr. Roux, are you telling us that you have no objection as to principle, but you have an objection as to the timing, the time at which these documents would appear? Mr. Roux, I have just heard that the co-prosecutors were asking for us to be able to comment today in public these documents from the file, and I'm saying that we can't. Ms. Judge Lavergne, you're saying that we cannot use the photos where we have protected witnesses, as well as their names. What about the other documents? Do you have objections regarding the other documents? Mr. Roux, no, I have no objection regarding the other documents.
Thank you, Your Honours. Just a brief point. I was just making an application to be able to have some time to present the documents. The prosecution hasn't mentioned one witness's name in the application this morning, and of course we take the defence's point that if there's any presentation of the photographs, we must be considerate of witness protection issues, but nothing like that has happened this morning.
The President, thank you. So there is no objection, any specific objection. So the Chamber considers that the booklet of the photos the co-prosecutors attempt to present to the public allowed after the questioning regarding the functioning of S21 and Cheung Act. And in due course, today, we will see when time fits appropriately for such a presentation of the photos, maybe by the end of the session, or we may find any other appropriate time after the finish of the discussion on the functioning of S21 and Cheung Act to show these photos. Judge Lavergne, you take the floor.
So I think the only reservation from the Chamber's side would be that documents that would mention names or any kind of information in relation to protected witnesses or civil parties should not be disclosed now, as long as the protective measures are in place and applicable.
The President, the security guard, please bring the accused to the dock. The President, during today's session, we are discussing on the fact concerning the killing which took place at S21, now called Dual Slang Prison, and the surrounding areas, and the authority to order any execution, and the executions that took place at Cheung Act. So these are the main facts at issue today. Mr. Kang Kek Eo,
ចំនួនជនរងគ្រោះយ៉ាងតិចបំផុតមានចំនួន 12,380 នាក់ត្រូវបានសម្លាប់នៅក្នុង
Were there 12,380 prisoners killed at S21 during the period from until the 6th of January 1979. Is it fair that I say this number of people were killed at S21? The accused, Your Honor. Regarding the numbers of victims who died in that location, the number I never precisely state, but I think the number could even exceed that number.
The
President, the location where the S1 committee selected for killing those people, where was it? I mean the killing and the burial site. The accused, Mr. President, there are 3 main sites. One was at the psychiatric hospital in Dakmaut. We exhumed the bones and we burned the bones, so there was nothing left. The second site was the areas surrounding the S21 in Phnom Penh, which is also known as the Tulsang prison, and the third site was at the killing field at Chiang Ai. So from what I can recall, there are 3 main sites. The President, during the process of killing, which was known as smash at the time, who made such decision to smash the prisoners who were arrested and sent to S21? The accused. Decisions to smash was done by those who had the authority to smash, as stated in a document dated the 30th of March 1976 at S21. It was by the general staff. So the people who were decided to be smashed by the general staff, the S21 has to implement that decision and cannot release them. And for the functioning of S21, or even from the operation of the 703 division prison, the subordinates made the decision in order not to have the backlog of the workload. However, when I became the deputy and later became the chairman of S21, the people who made decisions on the backlog was by Comrade Ho. However, there was one matter, as Comrade Ho smashed a person who was still under the interrogation. So later on, then he had to abide by my orders. That is, they can only be smashed after the interrogation completed. So there are 2 processes. One, those who made the decision to send them, and it was decided by the general staff on behalf of the Central Committee. And the second part regarding the overload number was done by the S21 committee. I do not try to deny my involvement in the crimes, but this is the reality. It was the responsibility of the S21 committee, and the process actually done since it was the prison of the Division 703. The President in the office of the S21 compound in Phnom Penh, were any killings take place and buried within the compound of S21? The accused within the compound of S21, which I think we refer to the Punyayat College, as was shown when I went for the reenactment. I think, yes, the dead bodies, especially children, were buried within the compound, and also at the surrounding area outside the compound. I think it's on the street 613 near the Mohammed Tray Pagoda. Yes, there were burial sites, and to the north it was not beyond the 310. The President, now we are on the fact of the operations and the killing surrounding the S21 and at S21. So if any judges of the bench has questions to be posed to the accused regarding that particular portion of the fact, the floor is yours. I notice Judge Tumoni, you take the floor. Judge Tumoni, thank you, Mr. President. The accused, as you have stated, the killing and burial sites, there are three of them. One is at the Takmau prison. Second was the surrounding locations and within the compound of S21. And three, it is at the genocidal field at Chiang Ai. Can you explain to us what types of prisoners were killed inside S21 or at the areas surrounding S21? The accused, Your Honor, the people who were killed inside the S21 compound and the surrounding areas were numerous. I can say in total, after the killings and the burials at the Takmau prison, the unit killed and buried the corpses to the west and inside the compound of the Punyayat College. I would like to tell a story that I told your honors before. I was ordered to inspect the killing of two important prisoners. That is Nong Sun and Chuk No, alias Chuk. I already reported to your honors, and I would like to elaborate further on this incident. At that time, the Standing Committee ordered me to inspect at 5 a.m. at the location west of Punyayat College when Suh No and Nong Sun were killed. They used a knife to stab on the vein of the neck. So, important prisoners and ordinary prisoners were killed. That was at the time when Takma prison were not used, and at that time the Chiang Ai location was not yet selected. This is my response to you, Your Honor. Judge Tumane, can you clarify that during the time the S-21 was located at the National Police headquarters, the PJ, where was the killing of the prisoners done, and what happens to the bodies? The accused, Your Honor. I was not there by myself, but I can provide my presumption. At PJ, they did not kill or bury the prisoners there because the soil there was solid. I believe that they were killed at the Dak Mau, and PJ was just a detention center for interrogation. This is my analysis, Your Honor. Judge Tumone, as you stated previously, those people who were arrested and brought to S-21 were interrogated, and after the confessions were extracted, they would be taken to be killed. And you also stated that the general order was done from the upper echelon. So those people who were arrested and sent to S-21 would not be released. I want to clarify that after they were interrogated and the confessions were extracted, I want to know who ordered those prisoners to be killed or smashed. The accused, Your Honor. There are two phases of this matter. The first phase, that is before the incident that a prisoner was killed, before the confession was completed. It was done by Comrade Ho in order not to overburden the workload. And at that time, the detainees were only in a reasonable number. And after that incident of Sansari alias Brave and the confession was cut off, he was warned by the superior. And that was the time that anybody who was interrogated and finished, then Comrade Ho would come to me and report it to me. And I acknowledge that the interrogation was complete. And it was the order from the superior that they would be only taken only after the confessions were extracted. So there are two important phases. However, in the second phase, there are some exceptions. For example, as in the list of 159/1.10, the superior sent people en masse and ordered the S-21 to execute, to implement the decision. At that time, Comrade Ho was there, and I was there too. Comrade Ho used a word at that time that he used to remember, but I modified his word. So it shows that when they were brought en masse, there was still sometimes a misunderstanding of wording, but whatever it was, we had to implement the decision of the upper echelon. And as I said earlier, when Comrade Ho was not present, the upper echelon would ask me to bring the list to them, and then they would make a decision as which prisoners would be taken out. And on another occasion, when Comrade Ho was not present, Paint would take charge. And in the end, for the East, for the people from the East, it was straight. They were brought in and they were taken out, and there were about 300 of them. So in conclusion, in the second phase, there were some exceptions, as I just reported. However, the decision had to be made by the S21 committee in order to implement the party's political lines. That is, the enemy had to be smashed. Judge Tumani, thank you. Can you clarify it? After receiving an order to smash the prisoners whose confessions already were extracted, which unit was responsible for that? The accused, Your Honor, the unit, there was only one unit responsible for this, that is the special unit. And as for the 3 or 4 people who stationed at Chương Ait, that was just a small part of the special unit. That is my response, Your Honor. Judge Tumani, how did they execute the prisoners? I mean, what method was used in killing the prisoners? The accused, Your Honor, the method of stepping to the neck of the prisoners was later changed to the clubbing of the prisoners, but I did not know when it happened, when the change took place. Comrade Hui talked about the clubbing on the neck of the prisoners, but I was not sure when the change took place. This is my response, Your Honor. Judge Tumani, were there any other methods of killing the prisoners? The accused, Your Honor, besides stepping on the neck and clapping, there was only a method of blood drawing, and in another case that a couple of prisoners were taken for medical experiments for anatomy purposes. Judge Tumani, did you ever teach the method of killing of prisoners to S21 staff? The accused, Your Honor, I did not teach. Let me just say, in the Khmer saying, I do not need to teach crocodiles how to swim, because the crocodiles already know how to swim. Judge Tumani, in S21, the prisoners who died during the times they were tortured, during the interrogations, were there such cases? The accused, yes, there were. Judge Tumani, how often it happened? The accused, Your Honor, I could not grasp the exact number. I was reported occasionally, and in one incident that I already reported yesterday to the chamber, I would ask the person to write the confession and I would report it to the upper echelon. And in another case, Campo, who violated the torture regulation as he used a shoe to kick the ribs of the prisoner, and the prisoner died before the confession was completed. And in another case that was shown in the photo, that a prisoner died because he was suffocated by the plastic bag. And the actual instance that I saw was in the case of Pinkum Sia, because he was a rather important prisoner as well. This is my response to you, Your Honor. Judge Trumani, in S21, was there a method of starving the prisoners until they died? The accused. Your Honor, frankly speaking, I could not grasp the matter, and I was not reported on this matter. However, there might be a possibility. Yes. Judge Trumani, besides these methods, through study, it reveals that the testimonies of witnesses that staff at S21 used the insects, the poisonous insects, to bite the detainees until they died. Was there any incidents like that? The accused. Your Honor, I would say that it is none. Judge Trumani, did you take part in killing the detainees directly and personally? The accused. Your Honor, I never involved in killing any detainee. Judge Trumani, had you seen the killing of any prisoners with your own eyes? The accused. I saw once, for sure, as I already told Your Honors, at 5 a.m. when Jay Soon and Su Snow, alias Chuk, were being executed. At Cheung Ek, I tried to avoid from seeing such a killing, and I turned my back to such execution. Judge Trumani, can you confirm after the killings were shifted to be taken place at Cheung Ek, were there any executions taken place at S21 still? The accused. At the beginning, I thought that the executions would have already been shifted to S21 and that there would not be any more killings at S21 or the surrounding areas. But through the confrontation, I can see that there had still been further executions of children who that took place at S21 and buried at the surrounding areas. Judge Trumani, besides the children, were there any prisoners still being executed at S21 then? The accused. I'm not
quite sure. It is possible that people who got seriously sick and died, and people whose blood was drained until they died would have been buried there. Judge Tumini, what about the detainees you pursued as the key detainees like Khoi Thun, Won Wade, or Hu Nam, and other key prisoners? Where were these people executed and how were they killed? The accused, Your Honor. The key people or detainees that have been taken well care of by the superior, after these people were executed, photos had to be taken. So to prove that the person died, these detainees had some stabs into their throat, and their pictures were taken. And these people were executed in the day's time when there were very few people, and they were killed somewhere near Mao Zedong Boulevard, and I don't remember the street number. It was Moha Muntray Road, as it known earlier. And the photos had to be taken, and to prove the severity and that the detainees surely died, then their throat had to be sliced. Slit, correction. Judge Tumini, how many other detainees who were executed and their photos were taken? The accused, Your Honor, besides the key detainees, no other detainee were executed and their photo were taken. Any photograph had to be ordered by the superior before they could be taken. Judge Tumani, you said when the location of the execution was switched to Cheung Ak, you said that they're still killing at S21, especially the killing of children. Can you please be more specific? How were these children killed? The accused, Your Honor. How children were killed were not quite sure. I don't know for sure, but there was a case that I frankly accept that it did exist when a child was arrested and his legs were held and his head were banged against a tree to die. And I think it was possible that the children would have been smashed against the tree's trunks. But I still contest the fact, the alleged fact that the children would have been thrown from the upper levels of the building and down. The President, please be seated. The court is now in session. Before we proceed to the questions to the accused, I would like to ask the defense counsel regarding the documents, the booklet of photos and the list of the victims as proposed this morning by the co-prosecutor, whether the defense counsel would like to make any observation regarding this matter.
Merci, Monsieur le
Mr. Roux.
Président.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Nous avons
We have looked quickly at these documents, and the defense would therefore like once again to have it clearly specified that these documents are only excerpts that have been selected by the co-prosecutors. And on the other hand, some of these documents are also comments that have been made by the co-prosecutors. I am thinking in particular about the annex to the revised prisoners list, where the prosecutors are engaging in a certain amount of analysis that is proper to them. So therefore these documents are not currently in the co-investigating judge's file, so there should be no confusion about this. So therefore I would like it to be specified each time that when we're dealing here with documents that have been discussed before the co-investigating judges, well, that should be considered as one thing, but when we're dealing about analysis that has been done by the co-prosecutors, well, that is something that is proper to them, but this has not been heard adversarially. So these are the two observations I'd like to make. And now to answer this point, the defense would like, through an oral motion, to ask the chamber to please accept, considering that Index D45-1 of the investigation file is included in the proceeding. This is the expert report from the photographers that was established upon the request of the co-investigating judges. An expert report from which the co-prosecutors have only extracted certain photographs. So therefore the defense is requesting that the totality of the album be included in the proceedings. And in order to preserve our beautiful forests, so to say, the defense does not believe that it is necessary to make tens and tens of Xerox copies of these albums. This album is already included in the file, so therefore we will not make any photocopies, and therefore we're asking you to please consider that this file is included in the proceedings. And the same for the reenactment report, which was done, and the reenactment which was conducted in Chung Ek as well as at Tul Sleng. It is Index D48.1, as well as all of the annexes. And here again, in the documents that have been included by the co-prosecutors, well, only a few photographs of this reenactment have been included in the defense. Therefore, would like to have the totality of the document included in the proceedings, together with its annexes. So therefore I am speaking about D48.1 and annexes. This is the report on the reenactment at Chung Ek. D48.2 with the annexes. This is the reenactment the report on the reenactment at Tul Sleng. And finally, the defense would like to also include in the case the video recording of these reenactments, that is to say, the reenactment at Chung Ek and the reenactment at Tul Sleng. And this video recording was done upon request of the co-investigating judges, and it is included in the case file, and the defense would like to indicate, therefore, that while it will be asking questions to the accused, it will present to the chamber 3 minutes of this video recording, and the defense would like to specify that during these 3 minutes there are, of course, no witnesses in this footage, only the accused himself. These are my observations. Thank you, Mr. President.
The President, the floor is yours for the co-prosecutor.
Thank you, Your Honour, and thank you, Mr. President. Just in response to my friend's remarks, it's absolutely correct. The prisoner list annexes are excerpts from the revised prisoner list, and that's E68.1. Secondly, the revised prisoner list is based on a prisoner list that was placed on the case file, the co-investigative judge's case file, about 1 year ago. And the only reason why a revised prisoner list has been put before Your Honours is because on reviewing the combined prisoner list, the accused saw that there were some duplicate names. And as a result of that, and as a result of a parallel review by the co-prosecutors, that revised prisoner list was put forward to the court recently to more accurately reflect the number of prisoners at S21. Initially, the prisoner list, or the combined prisoner list, which was filed, I believe, in March last year, which was on the case file, had 12,380 prisoners on it as being executed at S21. The new revised list, it was found that there were 107 names that were doubles, duplicate names, which may well have arisen out of a translation problem, but in any event, there were double names, and now on that list itself, there is 12,273 prisoners as a minimum number of people being killed at S21. Of course, Your Honours has heard evidence that many people at S21 didn't make that list, but certainly as a list of people on record, that is put forward as an accurate list. As far as analysis is concerned, these lists were prepared by the Documentation Centre of Cambodia. Your Honour has seen from the case file that they prepared two main lists, and they were joined together by the co-prosecutors. The co-prosecutors have done nothing more than join the list together and then filtered and sorted the names, the date of entry, the types of prisoners to come up with the other 50 annexes. As far as my friend's application to put forward the other documents on the case file, obviously we wholly support that.
The President, Judge Lavance, you take the floor.
Voilà, donc
Judge Lavan, well, if I've understood correctly what the parties have said, well, concerning the problem that was raised this morning, which was limited to the identification of the documents, I believe. Well, concerning this issue, well, there are no specific observations to make concerning the identification of the documents that can be produced during these hearings, or are there? Mr. Hu, maybe, but I did not have the time to check with my colleague, but there might be an indexing error, and with number 71, well, these documents are in index D86-15. I believe that there was a mistake. I think it might be necessary for the co-prosecutors to check this again. I do not think that this is the right numbering. Judge Lavergne, aside from this verification, there are no other issues, are there? Okay.
The President, after hearing the request from the co-prosecutor and the defense counsels, including their observations, and there is no objection, and actually the co-prosecutor supports the request by the defense counsel. Therefore, the chamber accepts that the documents are put before the chamber. Next, to start our proceedings on the fact, I would like to inquire with the judges of the bench if you have any questions to be put to the accused regarding the killing. The floor is yours, Judge Lavange.
Judge Lavan, I would like to go back a bit to the decision-making process prior to the executions. You said that it was up to the S21 committee to implement the decisions that were taken by the higher echelon. And you explained, if I understood correctly, that these executions and the conditions of these executions, or the names of the people who were executed, I don't really know exactly, well, were subject to discussion within the committee. And when you were chairman, when you were the chairman of S21, this committee included beyond yourself Hor and Hui. Where? Huisre, yes. So I would like to know what was being discussed exactly. Were the names being discussed? Were the locations being discussed where these executions were supposed to take place? What was exactly decided in this committee?
The accused, Your Honor, Comrade Hui was separate. He did not participate in the decision-making of removing people from Phnom Penh to Chiang Ai. As Comrade Ho and I in Phnom Penh manage this process, I had the real authority of overall in charge. I do not deny to all these tasks they were the criminal acts. However, in the implementation, they did whatever they could in order not to make the prison overcrowded. That was their management. That is for the first phase. For the second phase, that is after one prisoner died and the confession was cut off, this affair was under the real authority of Comrade Ho, and he had to make sure and reported to me that those people were interrogated and their confessions were complete. Therefore, it is the matter that Ho and I had to resolve, and not to interfere with the people who were being interrogated.
Donc la première chose, quand vous dites la première chose,
Judge Lavigne, first of all, when you say that it was a discussion within the committee, in fact, it was essentially a discussion between you and Ho, but was it a discussion on an equal footing, or was it a conversation between a subordinate and his chief?
The accused for general affairs, Comrade Ho was my subordinate. I was his superior. However, in the affair of smashing the prisoners, I was still the chairman, and I was still the person who made the decision. Whatever I did in order to ensure for the both of us that the prisoners were completely interrogated. That was the framework. So when they reported that the interrogation was complete, then they would be removed. That was my response. So that was the practice and the framework, Your Honor.
Judge Lavigne, so can we then say that Ho would suggest names of prisoners who were going to be executed, and that it was you who took the final decision?
The accused, we could say it that way, yes.
alors on va remonter un petit peu.
Judge Lavigne, we will backtrack a bit in time and revisit the period when Nat was the chairman of S21. I imagine that back then there was also a committee, or wasn't there? And were these issues of execution also discussed within the committee or not? And were you part of the committee back then?
The accused, Your Honor, during that time, on the matter of receiving the prisoners, the smashing of the prisoners. Fault within the authority of NAT, who alone would make the decision. As for Comrade Ho, he would implement the decision made by him. The implementer was actually the person who proposed a plan for approval. It was like Comrade Ho made a proposal to me. As for myself, initially when I entered, I was assigned to teach the interrogators the interrogation method. And secondly, later, I was asked to make reports to the upper echelon. In reporting to the upper echelon, whatever I was asked to report, I would just report on that matter. That was the situation that I understood at the time. I did what I was asked. And now, according to the surviving documents, he established a secretariat of his own. Sometimes he called it Office 03. So it's called M03. And it was also known as M21. This M21 was not allowed, correction, the deputy was not allowed to manage this M21 office. I would like to present a document E5/2.2 with the page of ERN 00 227572. I wrote a letter to request for clarification to M21 office, and I annotated on a confession dated the 7th of December 75. So this is going to show that the M21 office was not managed by the deputy chairman. So during the time that I was the deputy chairman, my task, besides teaching the interrogators the interrogation method, and preparing the documents to report to the upper echelon, Whatever documents that I was asked to report, I would report only on those documents. So in conclusion, when I was a deputy, they did not allow me know some of their secret activities. This is my response, Your Honor.
Est-ce qu'on peut dire aussi que
Judge Lavergne, could one also say that there was a lack of trust between yourself and Nat, and perhaps also some measure of competition for power?
The accused. I think Your Honors have already been informed about this because there were thousands of people at that location. There were more than 2,000 people who belonged to them, and I had only about 20 people under my control. So this problem did happen. They try to compete the deputy chairman. They would like to make sure that the work of the deputy chief is less important. That's all.
Judge Lavergne, now I have a few questions on the issue of staff in charge of executions. Who was entrusted with the job of selecting that staff? How were they called? What was their name, their job title? Were they executioners, specialists of execution? Did they have a name?
The accused, Your Honor, at that time they used the language of the communist, which would be referred to as the special force, a special team or unit.
They
had 6 different roles, as I already mentioned. Among the 6 roles, there was a role in which they were entitled as the executioner. The executioner. Not only the special unit were executioners, I who controlled the unit would be called the same. I would like to emphasize that the special unit had one special role that they earned the title as the executioners. However, the unit alone was not just responsible for all the crimes. I am the father of such unit, I may say. So if anyone failed to implement any task, then I would report on the matter to the superior. That's all, Your Honor.
Judge Lavergne. In terms of a quantitative assessment, could you give us an idea of the number of staff in that special unit? Could you also please tell us whether such staff came chiefly from M13, chiefly from An Leang, or chiefly from Division 703, or other such forces? I'm not asking for names, I'm asking for figures and an assessment.
The accused, Your Honor, during the war before the 17th of April 1975, this special unit was the most important unit. They fought directly with the enemies. Sometimes one combatant was fighting against 12 enemies. Comrade Ho was the former from the battalion of the special unit. He was the former secretary of the battalion, the special unit. The special unit was transferred to S21, and with the entire company. No, the platoon, correction, the entire platoon. So these groups comprised of the whole platoon, which was transferred from that location to S21. So there were about more than 30 people in total. These people received the tasks as the executioners. There was no people from M13. nor were any children from Kampong Chhnang, I mean the children from Kampong Chhnang involved. And there was none of the people in the city who would be involved in the unit. That's all, Your Honor.
Donc je comprends qu'il s'agit.
Judge Lavergne, so I seem to understand that you're referring to something that looks like an elite corps, the more exceptional soldiers. However, were they merely soldiers, fighters, or did they have prior experience in the field of executions? I shall be referring here to something that was stated when you were interviewed by the co-investigating judges at D21 of the case file, more specifically page 7 in French. You are asked a question here about the way in which people were smashed, and the question was as follows. For each smashing, there were several people. Were they all put in a pit? Were they blindfolded or not blindfolded before the execution, etc.? At each smashing, several people were put in the pit. This had been in existence since M13. The blindfolding and handcuffing, I don't know exactly, but I presume that the eyes were blindfolded and the arms attached behind the back, tied up behind the back, because the special unit had substantial experience in this respect and had that experience for a long time. So what do you mean by a lot of experience and for a long period of time? What is meant by these phrases?
The accused, Your Honor, the term with long term of experience means that they used to arrest people. They were skillful in arresting people without any counterattack from the people they arrested. They used to kill people. The people they killed never been able to fight back before they were killed, and those died.
So we are waiting for a while because we are seeing our journalists are eating outside, having their lunch.
ចាប់តាមបានទៅ
បាទនេះខ្ញុំសូមអនុញ្ញាតចាប់តាមការធ្វើសន្និសីទរបស់យើងនៅថ្ងៃនេះបាទដែលជាសប្តាហ៍ក្រោយហើយបន្ទាប់ពីអង្គជំរះវិស័យអន្តរការកម្ពុជាបានរៀបចំការថាការធ្វើសន្និសីទផ្សេងនៅរៀងរាល់សប្តាហ៍ហើយវិទ្យាល័យដែលចូលរួមនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះមានលោកលេខសម្រាប់ដែលជាប្រធានកិច្ចការផ្នែកសាធារណកិច្ចការសាធារណៈនិងលោកឡាអូសិនដែលលោកជាមន្ត្រីទូតនៃកិច្ចការច្បាប់ដែលលោកទាំងពីរនឹងផ្សាយទៅកាន់លោកសេចក្ដីនិងមិនអ្នកផ្សាយទាំងអស់ដែលក្នុងទៅនឹងបច្ចុប្បន្នភាពនៃការរបស់អង្គជំរះវិស័យអន្តរការកម្ពុជាហើយយើងនឹងធ្វើជាភាសាមានភាសាខ្មែរនិងភាសាអង់គ្លេសហើយបន្តទៀតនឹងអនុញ្ញាតជូនលោកសេចក្ដីខាងតំណាងស្ថាប័នអ្នកសារព័ត៌មានទៅធ្វើការចោទសួរជារបបសូមជូននីតិទៅលោកលេខសម្រាប់ដែលជាប្រធាននៃកិច្ចការសាធារណៈបាទសូមលោកជឿ
So I would like to welcome you, ladies and gentlemen. So today is the fifth week of the weekly press conference, and today we have here our speakers, Mr. Lee Sumbat, Chief of Public Affairs Section, and Mr. Law Olson, Legal Communication Officer. So we are going, the two speakers are going to talk about the updates of development of the ECCC, and there will be English and Khmer interpretation. And after their presentation, we will leave time for questions.
Yes, thank you, colleague. I think you may recognize his voice because he just came back from upstairs, so it sounds like a good speaking here.
ចឹងខ្ញុំសូមអរគុណលោកកូលីណាហើយខ្ញុំជឿថាលោកស្រីអ្នកផ្សាយអាចស្គាល់សម្លេងហើយថាតែគាត់ទៅតែចុះមកពីខាងមកឡើងនៅក្នុងសកម្មភាពហើយគាត់អាចនិយាយស្តីនឹងអ្វីដែលលោកទៀតគាត់សម្លេងដូចអ្វីដែលបានบอกได้នៅតុលាការ
While starting, I want to make an announcement about the orders setting sitting day for the next 3 months.
មុននឹងខ្ញុំចាប់ដើមធ្វើការបង្ហាញនិងជម្រាបជូនអំពីព័ត៌មានថ្មីៗខ្ញុំសូមធ្វើការជម្រាបជូនអំពីនៃការកំណត់ពេលសកម្មភាពដែលបញ្ជាក់អំពីរយៈពេលច្បាប់ការវិវត្ត3ខែដំបូងនេះ
And also after my briefing, Lam also he will also make some briefing, and he will, of course, we know us, the board of you sit here to answer your question.
ហើយបន្ទាប់ពីខ្ញុំជម្រាបជូនទៅលើចំណុចនេះលោក Lord Olson គាត់នឹងធ្វើការជម្រាបជូនដល់សមាជិកបន្តទៀតហើយបន្តមកយើងទាំងពីរនាក់នឹងរងចាំស្វាគមន៍នៅសំណួររបស់លោកលោកស្រី
You have been aware that the court started on March 30. The hearing for it started on March 30.
ដោយតែលោកលោកស្រីបានជ្រាបហើយថាសកម្មភាពក្នុងជំរះលើរឿងផ្ទៃដូចនោះបានចាប់ផ្ដើមនៅខែមីនាថ្ងៃទី30
And judges consider it as case 1.
ហើយលោកលោកស្រីចាត់ក៏បានយល់ឃើញថានេះគឺជាការជំរះដំណាក់កាលទី1
That is supposed to finish the date on July 2nd.
ហើយយើងសង្ឃឹមថាដំណាក់កាលទី1នេះនឹងបញ្ចប់ត្រឹមថ្ងៃទី2ខែកក្កដា
That is why judges make a new order scheduling a sitting day for the next 3 months.
ដូច្នេះហើយគឺលោកលោកស្រីចៅក្រមបានធ្វើការចេញពីការកំណត់ថ្ងៃជំរះមួយទៀតសម្រាប់រយៈពេល3ខែបន្ទាប់
So the new date has been announced, and we also put on the website.
ហើយនៃការនេះគឺបានធ្វើការប្រកាសឲ្យដាក់បញ្ចូលបង្ហាញជូននៅក្នុងគេហទំព័រ
It will start from July 6 to October 10, 2009.
ហើយរយៈពេលបន្ទាប់ចំនួន3ខែនេះគឺចាប់ដើមពីខែកក្កដាថ្ងៃទី6រហូតដល់ថ្ងៃទី10ខែតុលាឆ្នាំ2009
So the trial will continue in between those days. We call second phase.
ដូច្នេះសកម្មភាពដែលបន្តជំរះនៅចន្លោះថ្ងៃរយៈពេល3ខែបន្ទាប់នេះគឺជាដំណាក់កាលទី2
And it will continue except holidays that we include from the 7th to the 11th of September.
ហើយនៅក្នុងសប្តាហ៍ការនេះគឺយើងនឹងធ្វើការជប់សម្រាប់ក្នុងចន្លោះថ្ងៃទី7ដល់ថ្ងៃទី11ខែកញ្ញាឆ្នាំ2009
because those days they will have what we call plenary session. Sorry.
បាទហើយដោយសារតែក្នុងរយៈពេលនោះគឺយើងនឹងមានការរៀបចំកិច្ចប្រជុំពេញអង្គរវាងចៅក្រម
And another days among those days will be from the 18th to the 21st of September and 24th September.
ហើយនៅក្នុងចំណោមថ្ងៃជប់សម្រាប់ក្នុងចន្លោះនេះទៀតគឺយើងមានថ្ងៃជប់ថ្ងៃ18ដល់ថ្ងៃទី21និងថ្ងៃទី24ខែកញ្ញា
Because on the 18th and 21st we will have what the Cambodian call Human Days, which is the festival for the dead.
នៅក្នុងថ្ងៃទី18ដល់ថ្ងៃទី21នេះយើងវាជាបុណ្យជុំបិណ្ឌដែលជាពិធីគោរពសម្រាប់អ្នកដែលគាត់បានបាត់បង់ជីវិត
And the 24th is called the Constitution Day.
ហើយថ្ងៃទី24គឺជាថ្ងៃគោរពនៃថ្ងៃការរដ្ឋធម្មនុញ្ញ
Finally, there will be two more days, starting from the 29th to the 31st of July.
ហើយនៅមានរយៈពេល2ថ្ងៃទៀតដែលសប្តាហ៍ការនឹងបានស្តារពីប្រទេសគឺចាប់ពីថ្ងៃទី29ដល់ថ្ងៃទី31ខែកក្កដា
Because at that time the PPC, the Pre-Trial Chamber, they will conduct hearings.
ដោយសារតែនៅក្នុងចន្លោះថ្ងៃនេះគឺអង្គប្រេងវគ្គនឹងធ្វើការបើកការជំនុំវគ្គរបស់ខ្លួន
And I think I would wrap up this briefing from my side, but I'm ready to answer any question from all of you.
ដូច្នេះមកដល់នេះគឺជាការសង្ខេបពីការផ្ដល់ជូនព័ត៌មានពីខាងខ្ញុំឲ្យខ្ញុំស្វាគមន៍ចំពោះការដែលចង់សួរសំណួរពីអស់លោកស្រី
And I turn this floor to my colleague Lam also.
ហើយបន្តពីនេះទៅខ្ញុំសូមប្រគល់វេទិកានេះជូនលោកអរសិន
Thank you, Mama. Just to follow up on somewhat information, I think in order to make it easier for you to predict the week-by-week schedule of the trial chamber, since they now also will have certain days where they will close for deliberations in Canada, we will start publishing weekly court schedules on the webpage, so it will be easier for you to actually keep you updated from week to week on the days they are sitting in open sessions.
អញ្ចឹងគឺខ្ញុំសូមនិយាយបន្ថែមទៅលើអ្វីដែលលោកខាងសហជីពរបស់ខ្ញុំគឺគាត់បានរៀបជូនបច្ចុប្បន្នជូននៅព័ត៌មានទាំងអស់នេះហើយគឺគាត់បានលើកឡើងអំពីរយៈពេល5សប្តាហ៍ដែលយើងបានសន្និការក្នុងជំរាបបន្ទាប់នេះហើយយើងនឹងនៅក្នុងនោះគឺមានថ្ងៃជប់សម្រាប់ផ្សេងៗដែលអង្គសន្និការនឹងធ្វើការបើកការជំរាបទេហើយនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះក៏មានការធ្វើការសន្និការជាអសាធារណៈឬក៏អាចមានធ្វើការប្រជុំផ្សេងៗហើយចំពោះព័ត៌មានផ្សេងៗនោះនឹងផ្ដល់ជូនតាមរយៈពេលអង្គរ
The pre-trial chamber has also issued its schedule for the second half of this year.
ហើយខាងអង្គប្រេងព្រះនោះក៏បានធ្វើការចេញដីកាកំណត់ថ្ងៃសប្តាហ៍ការរបស់ខ្លួនក្នុងរយៈក្នុងត្រីធម្មទី2ក្នុងឆ្នាំនេះផងដែរ
So the pre-trial chamber will meet in the last week of July.
ដូច្នេះអង្គប្រេងព្រះធ្វើការបើកសប្តាហ៍ការប្រជុំគ្នានៅក្នុងអាទិត្យចុងក្រោយនៃខែកក្កដា
And they will meet between the 7th and the 9th of September.
ហើយនឹងធ្វើការជួបប្រជុំគ្នាផងដែរនៅថ្ងៃទី7ដល់ថ្ងៃទី9ខែកញ្ញា
And they will also meet between 10th and 13th of November.
ហើយនឹងធ្វើការជួបប្រជុំមានទៀតផងដែរនៅថ្ងៃទី10និងថ្ងៃទី13នៃខែវិច្ឆិកា
As you are all aware, the trial chamber rendered a decision on Monday regarding the request for the release of Duik during the remaining of the current trial.
ហើយដូចលោកស្រីបានជ្រាបហើយគឺអង្គជំនុំជម្រះសាលាដំបងបានចេញសេចក្តីសម្រេចរបស់ខ្លួននៅថ្ងៃច័ន្ទបដិសេធអំណាចសូមដោះលែងចំពោះការគ្រប់គ្រងរបស់ដូចក្នុងរយៈពេល8ខែ8ឆ្នាំនោះ
I just want to make a few clarifications regarding this decision, since I have received various questions from the media.
ខ្ញុំសូមធ្វើការបំភ្លឺចំពោះ បញ្ហាចោតផ្សេងៗទាក់ទងទៅនឹងសេចក្តីសម្រេចនេះដែលខ្ញុំបានទទួលការសួរសំណួរផ្សេងៗពីសារព័ត៌មាន
The current detention of Duke is not unlawful.
ហើយគឺការគុំខ្លួនរបស់ដូចនោះគឺមិនមែនថាវាខុសច្បាប់ទេនៅពេលឥឡូវនេះ
Duke was brought in provisional detention before the extraordinary chambers of Cambodia on the 31st of July 2007.
ដោយគាត់ត្រូវបានមកគុំខ្លួននៅក្នុងអង្គជំនុំជម្រះវិសម័យក្នុងតុលាការកម្ពុជាចាប់ពីថ្ងៃទី31ខែកក្កដាឆ្នាំ2009
And that was according to the law.
ហើយការគុំខ្លួនរបស់គាត់ចាប់ពីពេលនោះមកគឺធ្វើឡើងទៅតាមច្បាប់
The detention, which has been declared unlawful by the trial chamber in its decision,
ហើយការគុំខ្លួននោះគឺបានប្រកាសនៅក្នុងសេចក្តីសម្រេចរបស់អង្គជំនុំជម្រះសាលាដំបងថាវាជាការធ្វើឡើងតាមច្បាប់នោះ
is his previous detention before the military court, which started on the 10th of May 1999.
ហើយការគុំខ្លួនដែលថាធ្វើឡើងតាមច្បាប់នោះគឺជាការគុំខ្លួនរបស់តុលាការយោធាដែលចាប់បានគុំខ្លួនចាប់ពីថ្ងៃទី10ខែឧសភាឆ្នាំ1999
So just to make clear that the whole detention period with the extraordinary chambers of Cambodia is according to the law.
ហើយខ្ញុំសូមបញ្ជាក់នៅក្នុងចំណុចនេះថាការគុំខ្លួនដែលបានធ្វើឡើងនៅក្នុងអង្គជំនុំជម្រះវិសម័យក្នុងតុលាការកម្ពុជាគឺធ្វើឡើងតាមផ្លូវច្បាប់
And as was stated in the decision, if Duke will be convicted, he will be credited for all the time he has spent in detention since 1999.
ហើយដោយតែបានធ្វើការរៀបរាប់និងលើកឡើងនៅក្នុងសេចក្តីសម្រេចនោះហើយតែបានបញ្ជាក់ថាប្រសិនបើដោយរកឃើញពីរដ្ឋភាពនោះគឺគាត់ត្រូវបានគេទូទាត់ចំពោះរយៈពេលគុំខ្លួនរបស់គាត់តាំងពីឆ្នាំ1999
And this is a normal procedure in all criminal cases.
ហើយចំពោះនីតិវិធីនេះគឺជានីតិវិធីសាមញ្ញទេនៅក្នុងដំណើរការជំនុំជម្រះដីក្នុងរំលងបន្ទាន់
Not only those cases in front of the ECCC.
ហើយក៏ដូចតែអ្វីដែលយើងអនុវត្តនៅក្នុងអង្គជំនុំជម្រះរបស់តបរបស់យើងដែរ
Also, I just want to give you a few statistics regarding attendance in the public gallery for the trial of Duke.
ហើយខ្ញុំពេលនេះសូមផ្ដល់ជូនព័ត៌មានជូនអស់លោកស្រីដែលតទៅនឹងចំនួនស្ថិតិនៃការចូលរួមពីសាធារណជននៅក្នុងបន្ទប់សវនកម្មរបស់យើងក្នុងករណីជំនុំជម្រះលើរឿងដីធ្លី
Since the substantial hearing started on the 30th of March, there has been an average of 192 visitors per day to follow the hearing.
អញ្ចឹងគឺក្នុងចាប់តាំងពីការជំនុំជម្រះលើអង្គសេចក្តីចាប់ពីថ្ងៃទី30ខែមីនាឆ្នាំ2009មកគឺយើងឃើញចំនួនជាអ្នកដែលមកចូលរួមទស្សនាជាមជ្ឈមនោះគឺមានចំនួន192នាក់
That number is of course a bit elevated because of the peak in attendance during the first week of the trial. That number is of course a bit elevated because of the peak in the attendance during the first week of the trial.
ហើយចំនួនតួលេខនៃការចូលរួមរបស់គាត់នេះគឺនៅក្នុងអាទិត្យដំបូងនោះគឺមានការចំនួនចូលរួមច្រើន
But there is still a continuous interest in the proceedings because if you look at the attendance between May and up to 15th of June, there is an average of 163 visitors per day.
ហើយសូមឲ្យយើងមើលចំនួននៃការចូលរួមរបស់សាធារណជននៅក្នុងដំណើរការពីដល់ថ្ងៃទី5ខែកន្លងនោះគឺចំនួននេះនៅមានចំនួនជួបដដែលគឺថាមានចំនួន163នាក់
That was what I had for now. We will welcome your questions to any of the things we already have touched upon or any other issues related to the ECCC you might want to ask us about.
ដូច្នេះនេះគឺជាព័ត៌មានទាំងឡាយដែលខ្ញុំផ្ដល់ជូនអស់លោកស្រីហើយខ្ញុំរីករាយប្រសិនបើលោកស្រីមានសំណួរទាក់ទងទៅនឹងអ្វីដែលខ្ញុំបានលើកឡើងឬក៏មានសំណួរផ្សេងៗទាក់ទងទៅនឹងអង្គជំនុំជម្រះវិសម័យក្នុងតុលាការកម្ពុជា
Hi, the court's sort of been criticized in the past for its outreach efforts, and I'm wondering, what steps you guys are taking to get the Cambodian population more aware of what's going on in the trial.
ហើយមានសំណួរមួយគឺថាទៅលោកបានដឹងហើយតុលាការនេះមានការទទួលការរិះគន់ផ្សេងក្នុងដំណើរការរបស់ខ្លួនអញ្ចឹងគឺខ្ញុំសូមឲ្យលោកធ្វើការបញ្ជាក់លើចំណុចនេះដើម្បីឲ្យសាធារណជនបានធ្វើការយល់លើចំណុចនេះ
Do you have any particular criticism that you want us to answer?
លោកមានការថាលោកបញ្ជាក់ថាការរិះគន់នោះតើលោកលើកការរិះគន់ចំណុចណាមួយដើម្បីខ្ញុំអាចបញ្ជាក់ជូនលោកបាន
Not really. I just want to know broadly what, the fact that, before the trial started, very few Cambodians actually knew there was a court. And so what steps are being taken now to improve that?
អញ្ចឹងគឺខ្ញុំអត់មានចំណុចជាក់លាក់ទេចំពោះការដែលថាមានការរិះគន់លើច្បាប់លាស់នោះប៉ុន្តែមុនពេលដែលសកម្មភាពរបស់សម្រាប់លើព្រៃនេះដូចនេះបានចាប់ដើមនោះគឺមានប្រជាជនគាត់មិនសូវបានដឹងទៅលើព័ត៌មានទាក់ទងទៅនឹងតុលាការនេះអញ្ចឹងថាតើមានយន្តការនិងវិធីសាស្ត្រចាត់ចែងទៅលើបញ្ហានោះតែចាត់ចែងដោះស្រាយបញ្ហានេះយ៉ាងម៉េច
I think it would take me a long time to answer criticism from day one.
ហើយប្រសិនបើខ្ញុំអនុញ្ញាតនោះគឺនឹងមានចំណាយពេលខ្ញុំយូរណាស់ក្នុងការរៀបរាប់ជូនលោកស្រីចៅក្រមចំពោះការរិះគន់ផ្សេងនៅមកលើសាលាព្រៃនេះចាប់ពីថ្ងៃដំបូងមក
But as a whole, I think we look to the past and you look to the present day. I think everybody in this court they work tirelessly in their office and also outside their office.
ប្រសិនបើយើងមើលក្នុងទស្សនវិជ្ជាជារួមនោះតាំងពីអតីតកាលពីពេលវេលាពីមុនមករហូតដល់បច្ចុប្បន្ននេះគឺបុគ្គលិកនៅអង្គលោកស្រីចៅក្រមទាំងអស់នៅតុលាការនេះបានបំពេញការងារយ៉ាងមុខមុខក្នុងប្រឹងប្រែងនៅក្នុងការិយាល័យរបស់ខ្លួនក៏នៅក្រៅការិយាល័យរបស់ខ្លួនផងដែរ
And you can also see in this room there are TVs waiting for you in the next few minutes.
ហើយលោកស្រីក៏ឃើញដែរនៅទីនេះឃើញមានទូរទស្សន៍ដែលកំពុងតែរងចាំបញ្ចាំងនៅអ្វីដែលចាប់ដើមក្នុងរយៈពេលប្រហែលនាទីខាងមុខនេះ
So these are the effort and the answer to criticism that we keep the work move on.
ហើយនេះគឺជាកិច្ចប្រឹងប្រែងដែលយើងជាការឆ្លើយតបតែតាមនេះជាការប្រឹងប្រែងរបស់យើងដើម្បីឲ្យដំណើរការជំនួសនេះដំណើរការទៅមុខ
I think last year as I mentioned earlier, it takes me a long time to answer all because there are a variety of criticisms so last year.
I wasn't really asking what the criticism is more what are the active efforts right now? Are there any new
យ៉ាងគឺខ្ញុំនឹងដល់នៅនេះឲ្យលោកឡសិនធ្វើការវិភាគជូនហើយអ្នកវិសាក៏ថាគាត់ចង់ដឹងអំពីការប្រឹងប្រែងអ្វីខ្លះដែលបានធ្វើឡើងក្នុងការដោះស្រាយទៅបញ្ហាទាំងនេះ
Obviously, the surveys which have been conducted with regards to the knowledge of the court's work among Cambodian population gives us a reason to try to enhance and improve our outreach activities.
អញ្ចឹងគឺថាខ្ញុំសូមឆ្លើយតបទៅនឹងចំណុចនេះគឺថាការឆ្លើយតបទៅនឹងវិញ្ញាណប្រជាជនបានទៅនោះវាបានបង្កើតជាការផ្ដល់និងការធ្វើការសេវាផ្សេងៗដើម្បីវិញ្ញាណឲ្យគាត់បានស្វែងយល់អំពីអ្វីដែលបានធ្វើនេះជាកិច្ចប្រឹងប្រែងរបស់យើង
But I would just, as somewhat, like to emphasize that there has been significant outreach efforts also performed in the past.
ហើយខ្ញុំសូមធ្វើការសរុបដល់សង្ខេបមកគឺថាយើងមានការប្រឹងប្រែងនិងវិវត្តយ៉ាងធំធេងក្រោយចាប់តាំងពីពេលវេលាមុនមកដល់ពេលវេលានេះ
We are currently in the process of drafting a communication and outreach plan for the remainder of this year and for 2010.
ហើយយើងនៅពេលនេះកំពុងតែធ្វើការរៀបចំពេលព្រៀងទាក់ទងទៅនឹងការព័ត៌មាននៃការទំនាក់ទំនងនៅក្នុងចុងឆ្នាំនេះនៅឆ្នាំ2017ផងដែរ
But obviously, since we are on the drafting stage of this, I cannot go into particulars with regards to what kind of activities we are talking about.
អញ្ចឹងគឺមិនថាសូមពេលនោះគឺ2010នៅពេលនេះខ្ញុំកំពុងតែរៀបចំព្រៀងឆ្នាំ2007តែទៅនឹងព័ត៌មានក្នុងឆ្នាំ2010ហើយដោយសារតែជាស្ថិតិនេះខ្ញុំមិនអាចរៀបរាប់ជូនដល់លោកស្រីថាតើយើងរៀបរាប់នឹងបញ្ចូលសកម្មភាពអ្វីខ្លះដែលក្រុមនឹងធ្វើឡើងទេ
But there will be an increased focus on outreach efforts.
ហើយនៅពេលនេះគឺយើងមានការបង្កើនលើការផ្ដោតអារម្មណ៍ទៅលើកម្មវិធីនៃការផ្សព្វផ្សាយទៅដល់តាមទីកន្លែងផ្សេងៗ
And we hope that this will manifest itself already during the fall.
ហើយគឺចំណុចនេះនឹងធ្វើឡើងហើយនឹងវិវត្តតាមការងាររបស់យើង
ចាប់ដើមពីខែរដូវស្លឹកឈើជ្រុះគឺខែ8ហ្នឹងទៅនឹងមាន
Do you have any ideas? Sorry, just last question about this. Before there was this Berkeley survey about percentage of Cambodians who were aware of the tribunal. Do you has there been any survey recently? Have you guys done any surveys on how many are actually aware of what's happening in the court?
ខ្ញុំសូមធ្វើការសួរសំណួររបស់ខ្ញុំមួយទៀតគឺអាចជាសំណួរចុងក្រោយថាតើលោកមានបានដឹងអំពីការធ្វើការស្ទាបស្ទង់ឲ្យផ្សេងៗដែលគេបានធ្វើឡើងនៅប្រទេសលោកមានការយកជួយយ៉ាងម៉េចហើយនៅពេលមិននេះថាលោកមានការធ្វើការស្ទាបស្ទង់ទៅលើថាតើប្រជាជនកម្ពុជានោះបានដឹងយ៉ាងម៉េចខ្លះទៅលើប្រការអង្គវិវិសម័យក្នុងតុលាការកម្ពុជា
I think it would not be fair for us to conduct a survey by ourselves.
ខ្ញុំគិតថាកាលណាបើយើងធ្វើការស្ទាបស្ទង់មតិរបស់ខ្លួនឯងនោះគឺវាមិនមានភាពយុត្តិធម៌ឡើយ
Maybe you see all good results.
ហើយប្រហែលជានៅពេលដែលយើងធ្វើដល់កន្លែងនោះគឺលោកអ្នកឃើញតែលទ្ធផលល្អទាំងអស់
But to our understanding is that you know that in this room there is a live broadcast.
ហើយតាមអ្វីដែលលោកបានជ្រាបនោះគឺថាលោកបានឃើញស្រាប់ហើយនៅក្នុងបន្ទប់នេះគឺមានការចាក់ផ្សាយបន្តផ្ទាល់
Two channels mean locally and internationally by the most popular television in Cambodia, CTN.
ហើយในការផ្សព្វផ្សាយតាមរយៈប្រព័ន្ធទូរទស្សន៍ CTN ដែលផ្សព្វផ្សាយក្នុងប្រព័ន្ធជាតិនិងអន្តរជាតិផងដែរ
And so far there is no plan to stop live broadcasting from the company.
ហើយនៅតាំងពីមុនដល់ពេលនេះគឺយើងមិនមានការរៀបចំផែនការក្នុងការធ្វើការផ្សាយបន្តផ្ទាល់តាមរយៈទូរទស្សន៍នេះទេ
So this means that if you talk to people those who have ability to watch TV, for sure they know what the court is doing.
ហើយបើសិនដល់លោកស្រីធ្វើការជជែកនិងសួរទៅកាន់អ្នកដែលគាត់មានលទ្ធភាពក្នុងការគោលមានលទ្ធភាពមានទូរទស្សន៍ធ្វើការទស្សនានោះលោកស្រីនឹងទទួលបានពីចម្លើយរបស់គាត់ថាតើដំណើរការយ៉ាងម៉េចពីគាត់ទៅយ៉ាងម៉េចក្នុងដំណើរការនេះ
I don't want to single out who I want to describe, but many people have informed me that they just watch TV to watch in their rooms about this course.
ហើយគឺខ្ញុំមិនចាំបាច់ការបន្តបង្ហាញតាមទទួលមួយយ៉ាងទេតែខ្ញុំទទួលព័ត៌មានថាមានអ្នកមួយចំនួនគឺគាត់បានទៅទូរទស្សន៍ហើយគាត់ធ្វើការដាក់នៅតាមបន្ទប់របស់ខ្លួនដើម្បីទស្សនាលើដំណើរការរបស់នេះ
So this is the most powerful outreach also to the people of Cambodia.
ដូច្នេះអ្វីដែលយើងបានធ្វើនេះគឺជាការផ្ដល់ព័ត៌មានទៅដល់ផ្នែកខាងក្រៅដែលមានសក្តានុពលមួយ
And of course, we should not forget that all of you in front of us today are also doing important outreach for the people of Cambodia and the people around the world.
ហើយក៏ខ្ញុំសូមឲ្យលោកស្រីចងចាំដែរដែលលោកស្រីនៅទីនេះគឺថាលោកស្រីក៏បានធ្វើការផ្សព្វផ្សាយទៅដល់ទីកន្លែងផ្សេងៗនិងជួបប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាផងដែរ
We have got a lot of emails asking us about what's happening after they read news from what you have written.
អញ្ចឹងគឺគេអ្នកប្រជាជនទាំងឡាយនោះគឺគាត់បានធ្វើការផ្ញើសារសម្លេងខាងខ្ញុំទាក់ទងនឹងព័ត៌មានផ្សេងៗដែលគេបានអានតាមរយៈការផ្សាយព័ត៌មានរបស់លោកស្រី
So we also apologize. Sometimes we cannot sit in here escort you, make you happy, but we have to sit in the room answering all email from every part of the world.
អញ្ចឹងគឺខ្ញុំសូមអរគុណផងដែរដោយសារតែក្នុងការទៅនៅទីនេះគឺខ្ញុំធ្វើការឆ្លើយតបទៅនឹងសំណួរ
focus on radio programs.
ហើយបន្ថែមទៅលើដំណើរការនេះនេះក៏យើងផ្ដោតសំខាន់ចំពោះការផ្សព្វផ្សាយតាមរយៈវិទ្យុផងដែរ
And we have done over the past 3 years, and we think radio is the best means to reach the maximum population in this country.
ដោយតែពីការងារដែលលោកអនុវត្តកន្លងមកក្នុងរយៈពេល3ឆ្នាំកន្លងនេះគឺការផ្សព្វផ្សាយតាមរយៈវិទ្យុនេះគឺជាមធ្យោបាយមួយដ៏ល្អក្នុងការផ្សព្វផ្សាយព័ត៌មានទៅដល់ប្រជាជនជាកម្រិតបរិបទណា
And as our colleague last had mentioned that now we are doing a plan for 2009 and 2010, but we will let you know when the draft is ready.
ហើយដោយតែសហការីរបស់ខ្ញុំបានជម្រាបជូនដល់លោកស្រីហើយនៅពេលនេះគឺយើងកំពុងតែរៀបចំគម្រោងរបស់យើងសម្រាប់ឆ្នាំ2009និង2010ហើយនៅពេលដែលយើងរៀបចំរួចរាល់នោះគឺយើងនឹងជូនព័ត៌មានទៅដល់លោកស្រី
Of course, we have a small number of staff in public affairs sections.
ជាការពិតទៅគឺយើងមានបុគ្គលិកក្នុងពេលការងារបន្តិចតែបន្តិចបន្តួចចំណុះនៅក្នុងការនៅក្នុងផ្នែកការព័ត៌មានរបស់យើង
But our commitment is there.
ប៉ុន្តែការបដិញ្ញារបស់យើងនៅតែបំពេញការងារនៅក្នុងផ្នែករបស់យើង
And our goal to bring the public attention to this code is also there.
ហើយគោលបំណងរបស់យើងដែលចង់ឲ្យសាធារណជនគាត់បានដឹងអំពីដំណើរការនេះក៏យើងនៅតែធ្វើនៅក្នុងការិយាល័យរបស់យើងដែរ
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. I'm Douglas from the Daily. I want to ask if sounds like you were competitively recruited for your position. You announced that no Gassidi was competitively recruited for his position at the Evicton team. Does that go for you and Mr. Allen as well?
You mean am I satisfied with the recruitment of the Gassidi?
No.
What is your question? I think your
were you personally competitively recruited just like he was? So was there a recruitment process for your position because you were promoted to the head of public affairs? And also for Helen, who's now head of the Victims Unit, were you both competitively recruited?
Do you understand?
No. You look promotion.
We have recruitment process being applications from others
No, I think our 2% of sorry. គាត់ចង់សួរថាតើការជ្រើសរើសតួនាទីរបស់ខ្ញុំហើយនឹងលោកស្រីហេឡិនចាំវិញហ្នឹងគឺវាអាចប្រៀបធៀបជាមួយនឹងការជ្រើសរើសលោកនៅកស៊ីបានទេខ្ញុំគាត់ចង់សួរអញ្ចឹង I think for my position and Helen's position it considered to be exceptional, I think.
ហើយចំពោះចំនួននេះគឺចំហរបស់ខ្ញុំនៅចំហរបស់ស្រីហើយចាំនេះគឺជារឿងមួយដែលជាករណីលេខលែង
ចំពីការជ្រើសរើសខ្ញុំនិងលោកស្រីចាត់ខាឡានចាវីគឺថាជាករណីមួយដែលជាករណីពិសេស So this means that all of the staff here they have to do they have to apply to the rules that made by the personnel section.
ហើយដូច្នេះអ្វីដែលខ្ញុំមាននៅក្នុងចង់លើកឡើងទីនេះគឺថាបុគ្គលិកទាំងអស់នៅទីនេះស្ទើរតែអស់គឺគាត់ត្រូវអនុវត្តទៅតាមច្បាប់និងវិធានដែលចេញដោយខាងផ្នែកបុគ្គលិក
And I think it is not my goal to say why they choose me. So you would think that I'm stupid to speak about my appointment, and I think it's only my boss who can tell you why they choose me.
ហើយខ្ញុំគិតថាគឺខ្ញុំមិនលើកឡើងនៅក្នុងបំណងថាអ្វីបានជាគេជ្រើសខ្ញុំទេគឺថាដូចជាមានការថោកពេកក្នុងការលើកឡើងអំពីអ្វីដែលគេតែងតាំងខ្ញុំបើសិនជាខ្ញុំជម្រាបតែខ្លួនឯងនោះគឺលោកប្រធានខ្ញុំគាត់អាចជម្រាបនៅការជ្រើសរើសនេះបាន
Just to follow up, I thought that competitive recruitment was part of the human resources reforms that were announced last year as a result of all the audits by the human resources consultants in 2007.
អញ្ចឹងគឺថាចំពោះការជ្រើសរើសនេះគឺដោយសារតែបញ្ហានៃកង្វះបុគ្គលិកផ្សេងដែលបានលើកឡើងតាំងពីឆ្នាំ2007នោះតើយ៉ាងនេះគឺស្នេហ៍ដែរទេ
what you mean, and we also understand what we have to do. But I think I would not answer this question to you. I think it is not my job to say why they do that to me. It's only my boss who can explain to you. So I will ask them.
គឺខ្ញុំយល់ហើយខ្ញុំយល់ដល់ពេលលោកសួរហើយខ្ញុំជឿថាលោកយល់ដែរតែខ្ញុំមានការឆ្លើយតបទៅនឹងចំណុចដែលថាហេតុអ្វីបានគេជឿដូចខ្ញុំនោះទេគឺលោកប្រធានខ្ញុំគាត់ដឹងខ្ញុំ
And you may ask who is my boss. I have so many bosses, including you and my boss as well.
គឺបើសិនជាលោកសួរខ្ញុំថាណាគេជាប្រធានខ្ញុំនោះគឺខ្ញុំនឹងជម្រាបថាសូមឲ្យលោកស្រីហ្នឹងក៏ជាប្រធានខ្ញុំដែរ
Thank you.
សូមអរគុណ
Anything else about the cases?
Just one more question.
ដែលចង់ជម្រាបសួរខាងលោកទាំងអស់ពីមានសាសនាអ្នកការទី2ទៅបានលោកចៅក្រមវត្តបានលោកទៅហើយថាមានការវិភាគកាត់ទោសទៅបានស៊ីពីរហូតដល់3ខែទៀតចង់ជម្រាបសួរថាតើហេតុផលសំខាន់យ៉ាងណាដែលបានវិភាគរហូតដល់3ខែបាទពីការចាំរបស់ទីប្រវត្តិច្រើនចំពោះការដាក់ទោសហ្នឹងគេតែដល់ចាំឲ្យទីគាត់ចាំធ្វើដល់ផលឆាប់ៗនេះហើយសម្រាប់ទី2ចង់ជម្រាបសួរថាប្រសិនជាមានការវិភាគដល់3ខែទៀតក្នុងសំណុំរឿងសំណុំនេះតើវាអាចប៉ះពាល់ដល់ដំណើរការរបស់តុលាការបានទេខណៈពេលដែលតុលាការបានការទទួលពលដែលមានការទទួលផលលំបាកនៃការកសាងកិច្ចការ
So I would like to ask my question to the Chief of Public Affairs Section. The first question is concerning the order, the scheduling order issued by the trial chamber for the next 3 months. So it seems that it is a delay for 3 months to me, and I would like to ask the reasons why such delays exist. And the second question, pulled out from the first question, is that if the case 001 is delayed, so what will be the consequence from this delayed proceedings? Because there is some concern about the budget.
I think a lot of people are confused, including I myself.
ខ្ញុំគិតថាប្រជាជនជាច្រើនមានការយល់ច្រឡំសូម្បីតែខ្ញុំខ្លួនឯងហ្នឹងក៏មានការយល់ច្រឡំផងដែរ
When judges in the trial chamber set schedule, it doesn't mean that it is necessary they have to end the hearing on the 2nd of July.
ហើយនៅពេលដែលអង្គជំនុំជម្រះសាលាដំបូងគាត់បានធ្វើការចេញនៃការកំណត់ថ្ងៃសកម្មភាពរបស់លោកនោះវាមិនមានន័យថាសកម្មភាពនេះនឹងបញ្ចប់នៅថ្ងៃទី2ខែកក្កដានោះទេ
And I also, in front of you, want to make a correction with one local reporter reported in their paper saying that the case 001 end on July 2nd and quoting me.
ហើយខ្ញុំសូមធ្វើការបញ្ជាក់ជូនអស់លោកស្រីដែលមានវត្តមាននៅទីនេះគឺខ្ញុំឃើញមានរបាយការណ៍កាសែតក្នុងស្រុករបស់យើងមួយបានលើកឡើងថាសកម្មភាពកាត់ទោសលើរឿងលេខទុយនឹងបញ្ចប់នៅថ្ងៃទី2ខែកក្កដាឆ្នាំ2009ដោយយោងទៅលើថានេះគឺជាការលើកឡើងរបស់ខ្ញុំ
So the answer is that I was not confused, but he was confused.
ហើយគឺចម្លើយរបស់ខ្ញុំទៅលើបញ្ហានេះគឺខ្ញុំខ្លួនឯងហ្នឹងគឺខ្ញុំកាន់ច្បាស់ណាស់ខ្ញុំមានការយល់ច្រឡំទេប៉ុន្តែកាសែតនេះទេដែលជាអ្នកយល់ច្រឡំ
So he quoted me saying that it will end on July 2nd, and actually he doesn't understand that this is called page 1 and page 2.
ហើយតាមពិតទៅការដកស្រង់សម្ដីរបស់ខ្ញុំនោះគឺគាត់ខ្លួនឯងនឹងយល់ថានោះគឺជាដំណាក់កាលទី1ដែលយើងបញ្ចប់នៅថ្ងៃទី2ខែកក្កដាឆ្នាំ2009ហើយយើងមានដំណាក់កាលទី2ទៀត
So the new date that has been set and I just announced it doesn't mean that this trial is delayed.
ហើយចំពោះការបរិច្ឆេទសកម្មភាពដែលយើងដែលវាជាជំនាញទី2គឺការប្រកាសនេះវាមិនមានន័យថាសកម្មភាពនេះធ្វើការពន្យានោះទេ
But these judges from the trial chamber, I think they will continue to work sincerely and professionally to make sure that justice will be done for all.
ហើយខ្ញុំជឿជាក់ថាលោកស្រីចៅក្រមនៅក្នុងអង្គជំនុំជម្រះសាលាដំបូងនឹងបំពេញការងារក្នុងលក្ខណៈវិជ្ជាជីវៈរបស់ខ្លួននិងដោយស្មោះត្រង់ដើម្បីធ្វើយ៉ាងណាស្វែងរកយុត្តិធម៌សម្រាប់ប្រជាជនទាំងអស់
And they also respect the rights of parties who were involved in the process of the trial.
ហើយលោកស្រីចៅក្រមក៏គោរពទៅលើសិទ្ធិផ្សេងៗរបស់ភាគីដែលគាត់ចូលរួមនៅក្នុងដំណើរការនេះផងដែរ
That is why it would not upset the people who have been waiting for justice.
ហើយដូច្នេះហើយចំណុចនេះគឺវាមិនអាចធ្វើឲ្យអ្នកប្រជាជនដែលគាត់រងចាំនៅប្រព័ន្ធនោះមានការទូចចិត្តអ្វីផ្សេងៗទេ
Keep in mind that if you are an accused,
សូមលោកធ្វើការចាំថាបើសិនក្នុងនាមលោកជាជនជាប់ចោទ
and the trial will take 2 days against you.
ហើយសង្ឃការនឹងជំរាបថារយៈពេល2ថ្ងៃទៅលើលោក
Would you agree on the verdict?
ថាតើលោកនឹងធ្វើការយល់ព្រមទៅលើសារក្រមដែលចេញពីគូលោកនៅទេ
So hey, I think you may not agree.
ខ្ញុំជឿថាអាចលោកមិនយល់ស្របទៅលើករណីនេះទេ
So you may need the trial that is done properly, professionally, and fairly, like what they are doing now.
ហើយខ្ញុំជឿថាលោកនឹងធ្វើការជំរាបមួយដែលធ្វើឡើងដោយត្រឹមត្រូវដោយយុត្តិធម៌នៅក្នុងលក្ខណៈវិជ្ជាជីវៈ
And second question, you said, I think it's answer to the first question also because you said, are we concerned about the lacking of a budget? Why the trial taking so long? I think it is the, you know, when you talk this issue with judges, I think it is not their job to talk about budget, but their job is to do their work properly, professionally.
ហើយខ្ញុំជឿថាអ្វីដែលខ្ញុំឆ្លើយជូនលោកនេះគឺវាបានឆ្លើយជូនសពចោលសពគ្រប់ទៅលើសំណួរទី1ហើយចំពោះសំណួរដែលថាតើមានការព្រួយបារម្ភយ៉ាងម៉េចចំពោះការនិយាយនាំឲ្យប៉ះពាល់ដល់បញ្ហាកម្មវិការនេះហើយបើសិនដល់លោកនិយាយពីបញ្ហានេះជាមួយនឹងលោកស្រីចៅក្រមនោះគឺគាត់មិនមានកាតព្វកិច្ចអ្វីក្នុងការលើកឡើងអំពីបញ្ហាកម្មវិការទេទូនាទីរបស់លោកស្រីចៅក្រមគឺបំពេញការងារទៅតាមវិជ្ជាជីវៈដែលស្មោះត្រង់និងយុត្តិធម៌
I hope I answered your question.
ខ្ញុំគិតថាខ្ញុំឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់លោកស្រី
And I want to add something.
លោកមកសិនក៏ចង់បន្ថែមលើសំណួរនេះទៀត
There are sufficient budgetary allocations for the whole 2009 for this trial, and we are now in the process of preparing the budget for 2010.
ហើយនៅពេលនេះគឺយើងមានការរៀបចំលើការបែងចែកអត្ថការផ្សេងៗក្នុងឆ្នាំ2009ហើយយើងកំពុងតែរៀបចំគេកំពុងតែពិនិត្យទៅលើការរៀបចំអត្ថការសម្រាប់ឆ្នាំ2010ផងដែរសូមអរគុណ
Do we know when the pre-trial chamber is due to give its decision on the disagreement between the co-prosecutors?
ថាតើលោកបានជ្រាបទេថាតើនៅពេលណាតែអង្គបរិយានឹងចេញសេចក្តីសម្រេចទៅលើករណីផ្នែករបស់គ្នារវាងប្រទេសយ៉ាង
The shortest answer today, no.
ហើយគឺចម្លើយឆ្លើយជូនលោកស្រីនៅថ្ងៃនេះគឺថាខ្ញុំអត់ចាន់ទេ
No, we will let you know first, Stephanie, before anyone else in this room. Stephanie, when we know the answer. Okay? I think they enjoy your website every day. And they want to put something from their words in your website as well. I think no more. We will let you know next week if we invite new speaker to come, but I think we hope our answer will not make you boring.
ហើយខ្ញុំជួនព័ត៌មានដល់លោកស្រីបានជ្រាបប្រសិនថាក្រោយនេះយើងជឿលោកស្រីវាមិនណាគាត់ដល់របស់ហើយខ្ញុំគិតថាអ្វីដែលដល់លោកស្រីនឹងមានការធ្វើឲ្យមិនសូវចាប់អារម្មណ៍ទេ
Healed were not quite sure. I don't know for sure, but there was a case that I frankly accept that it did exist when a child was arrested and his legs were held and his head were banged against a tree to die. And I think it was possible that the children would have been smashed against the tree's trunks. But I still contest the fact, the alleged fact that the children would have been thrown from the upper levels of the building and down. Judge Tumani, you also stated that the key detainees had to have their pictures taken and to prove their death. That their body, the detainee throat had to be slit. Can you tell us whether other detainees were killed by way of stabbing into their throat or by by this kind of practice? The accused, I think stabbing was part of the show and to the upper echelon when a photo of the dead detainee had to be taken. Other detainees would not be experiencing the same thing. Judge Tumani, you repeatedly stated that the people who had to be arrested and sent to S21 were generally interrogated, and the purpose of the establishment of S21 was to obtain confessions. Can you tell us whether the people who were arrested and sent to S21 were all interrogated before they were taken away to be killed, or was there any other story? The accused, Your Honor, the purpose was different from that. For example, the East Zone people who were sent in December 1978 were never interrogated, and according to the order from Uncle Nguyen, they had to be smashed right away. And Division 920 people who were sent to S21 on the 23rd of November 1977. S21 took them away immediately in order to respect the order that they had to be taken away before the 2nd of December 1977. So when the detainees were sent en masse and some detainees were not of any significance, that they had to be taken away without any interrogations. So that's why these three categories of prisoners were a different case from the general maneuver taken place at the S21 concerning the interrogation before they were taken away to be killed. Judge Tumani, can you also confirm to us whether people who were arrested and sent to S21 in some cases had been arrested through the complications in the confessions by the other people, and those people were arrested and then tortured, and then their confessions were obtained, in which in those confessions there were more implications, and that they led to further arrests, and more people, including the wives or children of the implicated people, would be arrested, and those people later on were smashed. Were these people interrogated as well? The accused, some people were important, although they were women, but they were important women interested by the superior, like the wife of Won Wade. I made people interrogate her as advised. The wife of Jane On also was interrogated. However, the other female detainees, although they were the wives of the implicated people, they were not sent along with their husband. For example, in the case of the wife of Kong Chap, alias Sai, who was not sent to S21 but separately sent to other location and smashed. Judge Tumani, I think it is rather repetitious to state this again. However, it is important to say that people who were arrested and sent to S21 and interrogated had to be smashed, obviously, as what you said. However, we observed that there are still survivors who were not smashed after they were interrogated. What can you tell us about this? The accused, Your Honor, the people who were interrogated but were not smashed could be classified into two categories. The first one were those who regarded by the superior as the prisoners who were spared from being smashed. There were 6 of them. The people who were artists and the dentist. And the other people were spared also to assist the work at S21 correction. Maybe 15 people, including the previous 6 people I mentioned. These people were used and I still managed them. I waited for the order from the superior to send them to be smashed appropriately upon receiving any order. So I can say that still some people survive and spared from being smashed. Maybe they about 15 people. And people who had been used temporarily at S21. I see Mr. Chummai here in the court. He is one of among the other. That's all. Judge Tumani, did you have the right to make any decision to spare any detainee from being smashed and that the detainee should be used to serve S21? The accused, Your Honor. At S21 and probably at other securities offices across the country, the committee of the office could make a decision to keep someone for helping the work at the office. However, when we maintained them, we kept them to use them to help in our offices. We were liable for the life and death of those people. So we would be accountable for anything that happened by way of keeping those people alive and use them at our location. Judge Tumani, if I am not mistaken, the people who have survived were not spared from being smashed, but they were left to stay alive so that they could assist the work of S21. When times came, they would have been smashed too. Do I understand you correctly then? The accused. It is true, Your Honor. Judge Tumani, You already stated clearly that after the 7 January 1979, when S-21 was discovered, they found some dead bodies of the detainees. And these people were killed while being shackled. Could you say anything about when these detainees were killed and who ordered the killing? The accused, Your Honor. When we left S-21 at 2 p.m. in the afternoon, on the 7th of January 1979, there were 4 dead combatants from the interrogator, Comrade Nan, upon order from the committee, had to smash those 4 detainees while they were still in their beds. There was a separate room where the detainees were lying on their single bed, and they were smashed. Judge Tumini, can you tell us the methods of killing detainees at S-21? Were there any classification of executions to be inflicted on the ordinary detainees or the foreign detainees who were immigrants, for example? The accused. Thank you, Your Honor. I did not classify them, but I received the order from the superior that the 4 Westerners had to be smashed and burned to ash. It was the very absolute order from the superior. Judge Tumini, thank you, Mr. President. I do not have further questions at the moment.
The President, judges of the bench, any of you have any questions to be put to the accused? Judge Cartwright, you take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Kang Gek you have spoken of authority being given for executions by the S-21 committee. Can you tell me who was on that committee?
The accused in the S-21 committee, there were only 3 persons. 1, myself. 2, Comrade Ho, his original name Kamva, and number 3, Comrade Hui. Among the 3 of us, Nun Hui had an exclusive task at Braysor. This is my response to you, Your Honor.
And apart from ordering executions, did this committee have other work to do?
The accused, the most important task of the committee was exclusive according to the phases of the operation at S21 in Phnom Penh, which is now known as Tul Slai. The main task of the committee was to detain the people who were sent by the standing committee in order to interrogate, to get the confessions and to smash them. And in order for this main task to be successful, then they also had other duties, for example, like the special unit and the unit to receive the prisoners and the unit to transport the prisoners to Chiang Ai and the guards to prevent the prisoners from escaping. So these are the duties of the S21 staff assigned by the S21 committee in Phnom Penh. This is my response to you, Your Honor.
How frequently did this committee meet? The accused, Your Honor, the S21 committee, the two of us, sometimes met 2 or 3 times a day, depending on the requirement of the operation. As for the person in prison, if I wanted to know about their work, then I would ask the phone operator to call Comrade Hoi for him to come and meet me in Phnom Penh. Did you keep notes of your decisions as a committee?
The accused, could you explain to me further what you meant by keeping note as a member of the S21 committee?
When the committee made a decision, for example, to execute a group of prisoners, did you, as the chairman of S21, keep a note that you had made that decision?
The accused, Your Honor, the minute of the meeting was never done. This is the common practice that we conducted among the 3 of us. Whatever decision we made, it was not even in writing. If I wanted to order my subordinates, I had to order through Comrade Ho in Phnom Penh. And if I wanted to order at Srai, I would order Comrade Ho to order Comrade Hoi to order the subordinates. But there was no record of the orders or the decisions. However, when I used Brother Mom Nai as my assistant, then I would write my order on the paper. Because he was not a member of the committee, so he cannot order other staff to implement my order. So that was the common practice. And there was no minute of the S21 committee. There were only orders that I gave to my assistant to implement my orders.
You have described how after an incident when Ho had a prisoner executed before he confessed, that all orders for executions had to come to you first so that you could satisfy yourself
that the confession had been completed as best as it could. Is that correct?
Your Honor, says the accused, that is correct. Who always reported to me when the interrogation was completed.
So, in effect, you ordered the execution of more than 12,000 people. Is that correct?
The accused, Your Honor, I would like to go back a bit. I would not deny the killing and the responsibility, but in principle, the line from the upper echelon for S21 has to be implemented. So, my response is in the implementation of the party's political line on these more than 12,000 people was done under my authority.
The S21 committee had a broad range of responsibilities, as you have described. This means, does it not, that you knew clearly on a day-to-day basis exactly what was happening at S21. Is that correct?
The accused, Your Honor, that is correct.
You have said that at first Hall, in order not to overburden the workload, directed the killings. What do you mean by overburden the workload? It's probably a translation issue, but I just want to understand what you are saying.
The accused, Your Honor, I would like to go back to what I said, although I would repeat it. The people who were sent to S21, S21 has to manage in order to smash them and not to let any one of them escape, in order not to have too many prisoners. Because there might be a possibility that they might protest, or they might shout, or then we would spend more food on them. So, in the name of the person who conducted daily operation, he decided to take some prisoners out, so it's not going to be crowded. That's what I meant when I refer to that phrase, Your Honor.
Thank you. You have spoken of some children being buried within the compound. Would these be the very young children who came with their mothers, perhaps babies or children under the age of 5?
The accused, Your Honor, I did not see them directly, but there are possibilities that there might be children under the age of 5, and for those who age above 5 might have been sent to Trường A.
You have disputed that a child was thrown from a landing of a stairway and killed in that manner. Why do you dispute this?
The accused, Your Honor, they were not thrown, the person was not thrown through a staircase. the child was thrown from the upper floor into the open field on the ground. I objected to it because, in principle, the killing of the prisoners should be secret and not allowed other prisoners to know. So if a person was thrown from the roof from the third floor, then it was against the instruction. And if it was against the instruction, then I would be reported. And for such violation, I would not spare the person who violated it. I would remove the person. That's why I disputed that this did not exist.
How did all the children, the very young children, who came with their mothers, die?
The accused, Your Honor, let me conclude it with one word. They were killed. They did not die because of starvation or lack of food, but they were killed. And as I said, sometimes the baby was smashed, that they were thrown against the trees or something at Chiang 8, but in Phnom Penh probably they were killed quietly in the same way as the adult prisoners were killed. This is just my analysis because I did not see the incidents personally. So the children who came with their parents would be smashed as directed by the upper echelon.
And in particular, very young children were separated from their parents immediately on arriving at S21. Is that correct?
The accused, Your Honor, that is correct. They would not be able to stay with their parents for long. The longest was 1 day.
And because you did not trouble yourself with how the children were killed, you do not know how these many young children died. Is that correct?
The accused, Your Honor, that is correct. I did not know the exact number. I knew it was an offense, but I would not know the number.
You have emphasized that you did not know the details of the torture and the details of the killings. In fact, you avoided participating and kept away from torture sessions and from places where people were being killed. Is that correct?
The accused, Your Honor, that is correct.
So the methods by which people were killed is something that you do not know very much about. Is that true?
The accused, Your Honor, I did not know clearly, but in general, in principle, it was my responsibility, but because I did not see it personally, I cannot say clearly on this matter.
I wonder then how you can say that no poisonous insects were used. Why are you so sure about that?
The accused, Your Honor, because it was not my order or the order from the upper echelon to torture in such method or to kill in such method.
Can you tell me if you know whether there were many women, pregnant women, who were detained at S21?
The accused, Your Honor, I did not know or grasp this information.
Do you know then if any were obliged to give birth while they were at S21?
The accused, I did not know about this. Actually, Nuon Chia's niece, Naidara alias Lond, entered S21, and she delivered a baby during the time that we played together. There was one case that I can recall. So, delivering baby within the compound of S21 would not occur from my recollection. This is my response, Your Honor.
Yesterday you spoke of approximately 100 people, prisoners, dying from the drawing of blood from them. Can you tell me when this decision to start drawing the blood from prisoners started?
The accused, Your Honor, on this matter, as I reported yesterday, it was the implementation from the practice from the NAT's time. And yesterday I also emphasized that it might have completed when the 98 hospital screened Comrade Tai, the chairman, the committee member of the 98 hospital, and later on Comrade 3 was also removed, and I think the practice was finished at that time.
Were you ever ordered by the upper echelon to begin the drawing of blood from prisoners? And if so, were you ever ordered to stop that practice?
The accused, Your Honor, the order to draw blood, as I stated just then, was from the upper echelon, and the duration, the time it started when I became the deputy, and later on I ordered the subordinates, not only ordering them, but I selected people as ordered by the upper echelon not to use the blood to diffuse the combatants because of the concerns of viruses. So I had my name and signature signed on that order. Although during the investigation I did not see the documents, I could estimate that the total number of the victims were roughly 100. So it was finished after the screening of Comrade 3.
Thank you. You mentioned that 4 Westerners you were ordered to have them killed by burning by the upper echelon. 2 days ago, we looked at a longer list of Westerners. If the trial chamber eventually is satisfied that there were more than 4 Westerners at S21, would it be correct that all of them were killed in the same way?
The accused, Your Honor, when I was as the chairman and also deputy chairman of S21, I never saw any Westerners more than the 4 people I stated. And regarding these 4 Westerners, they came into Cambodia in 2 times, separately. Each time there were 2 people, and they were smashed. The 4 Westerners were not burned alive. They were executed, and their dead body were burned to ash.
Where were they executed?
The accused, they were executed to the east. I think I can be corrected. East of Street 163 and to the north of Mao Zedong Boulevard. There were small ponds and small trees in those areas.
On the list of foreigners that we reviewed the other day, there were many more from other countries, for example, from Thailand. How were all the other foreigners executed?
The accused, Your Honor, the other foreigners, including the Thais, Laotians, and other foreigners, were executed the same way as the ordinary Cambodian detainees were smashed. And Pol Pot, not Uncle Noon personally, actually ordered them to be burned, and we had to burn them as stated by Noon Chia, except one Briton and the family of Amil, who were executed and burned to ash. But other detainees who were foreigners, I cannot remember them. I remember Amil's family because I read the applications by the civil parties.
When was the decision made to start the killings at Chung Ek?
The accused, Your Honor, when detainees were sent to Chung Ek was decided by us. Of course, when people were sent to S21, they would have been considered dead already, so we had to do that in April 1976, probably.
And I believe that was a recommendation that you made to the upper echelon. Is that correct?
The accused, after I selected Chung Ek, then I only informed to the upper echelon. I did not propose to them initially.
And what was the reason for your decision to have the killings done at Chung Ek?
The accused, Your Honor, I was afraid of epidemic. That's why if we killed people and buried them at S21, and now is known as dual slang prison, then it would be problematic because more and more people would be kept or buried here at the location, and we could not avoid epidemic. That's why we chose Cheung Ak, and I reported to the superior about this.
Mr. President, I have no further questions at this time.
The President, was there any actual procedure to take any detainee to be killed? The accused, Mr. President, at that time we called it the activity line. It was the activity of the S21's committee to answer to the request made by the party. So whatever decision was made, the committee was liable for such decision. For example, when people had to be executed at Cheung Ak, then we had to make such decision to make sure that the process was smooth. And the committee of S21 tried its best to make sure that the prison would not be overcrowded with detainees, and that detainees had to be taken away to be executed. And we conducted our activity in accordance with the party's line, for sure. The President, the reason we are asking about the specific procedure is because we would like to know, for example, when any particular detainee had to be removed and smashed, would there be a necessity to record or to write down any piece of letter so that the letter could be sent to the superior before the superior could annotate, and then the letter would be sent to you to order such a thing, because managing such many people would not be easy without communication by writing. Exactly were the detainees sent to Cheung Ak? During the daytime or at night? The accused. I can conclude that most of the detainees were sent at night. Judge Yasakon, when the detainees were put in that wooden house or hut, were there any generator turned on? The accused, Your Honor, I went to Cheung Ak once. I did not see any generator. I saw torches, the light from the torches in that location. So in conclusion, I don't believe there was any generator at Cheung Ak. Judge Yasakon, when detainees were removed from the wooden hut, were they told that they would be moving to a new home? The accused, I believe that they did use such a lie or pretext. It could not be avoided. Judge Yasakon, was there anyone to record or register detainees' name when they were being sent to the pits? The accused, I believe there were people who recorded the people's names, although I did not fully grasp the process, but I believe there was someone who recorded their names. Judge Yasakon, were the prisoners made to kneel down while they were still handcuffed, while they were still being blindfolded, and that they were beaten with a blow to the back of the neck, and then that person fell into the pit before their handcuffs were removed? Was there a case? The accused, it is true, Your Honor, and according to the testimony of Mr. Hui in Ratipan's movie, he did mention about this. When the prisoner was falling into the pits, and then he, after that he would remove the handcuffs from the prisoners. Judge Yasakon, do you still remember that when you chose Cheung Aek as the place for execution, how many detainees were sent to the location, and each time how many people were sent? The accused, Your Honor, I don't remember. Judge Yasakon, you have not answered to my question yet. When the prisoners were beaten, what kind of tool were used to beat them? The accused, Your Honor, I'm not sure, but at arm's length they used the bamboo stick to beat the prisoners. At S21, I already said earlier that Nad at the beginning was so proud of killing prisoners by slitting their throat. And later on, testimony from Hui, the prisoner were beaten with an axle. Judge Yasakon, were all torturing devices brought from S21, or were there improvised equipments ready in place at Cheung Aek? The accused, Your Honor, I think I come to my conclusion again that those tools would have been maintained at Cheung Aek ready for use. Judge Yasakon, do you remember that Son Sen and Nuon Chea ordered you to implement the executions in a large scale, for example, en masse? So how often did that happen? The accused, Your Honor, I told the court earlier that there would be in 3 occasions, and I talked to judge, co-investigating judges, and now regarding document D159, then there were 4 occasions when people were executed en masse. Judge Yasakon, do you remember when was the first time people were smashed en masse, and then the following dates? The accused. First, it took place on the early of 1977 when Khoi Thuon was arrested. He implicated other people and the former North Zone cadres and cadres in Phnom Penh and the central area zone were arrested and sent to S21. So with the influx of too many people like this, we had to make sure that the premises were not too overcrowded. And this event happened after the confession of Khoi Thuon. I think it was on the 31st of December. Oh, sorry, maybe on the 1st or 31st of December 1976. So by the end of 1976, early 1977 was the time when people were arrested en masse and taken away en masse. And second occasion, it was regarding the people from Division 920. There were 100 of them who were sent in, and they remained for 10 days. I would like to also tell the court that Division 920 were the former cadres of Old North Zone, because they had committed other activities that they were arrested en masse, and that the S21 was ordered to take them away immediately. I think there have been five times, so far as I recall. On the third occasion, it was in 1977, in April, before the West Zone cadres were arrested, a lot of people were taken away en masse. I think it's so confusing again for me. I think the first time was in early 1977. Number two, when the cadres from Division 920, the 100 of them, and then in April 1978, before Chuchet Eliassi was arrested, and in the fourth, when the Northwest cadres were arrested, and last there were more cadres sent in and taken away. So altogether there were 5 occasions in which detainees were sent away en masse.
Judge Yasakon, can you recall for the first time how many prisoners and what types of prisoners were they? Were they former Lunal's officers? The accused, John. In January 1977, there were only very few Lunal government officers. So if they were included in the en masse killings, there would be only a few of them. That was the first time. Judge Yasakon, can you recall the total number of those for the first time en masse killing? The accused cannot recall the number. However, I can estimate there would be at least 100. Judge Yasakon, what about the second time? The accused, for the second time, I think there were 100 people exactly, as stated in one of the documents. Judge Yasakon, and the third time, which was which was in December 78. How many? The accused, I think they won it in December 78. It was the fifth time. And the third round was probably in February 77, and there were roughly 100 of them. And Judge Yasakon, and the third time, the accused. The first time was in February 77, the second time was in November 77, and the third time, it was roughly in February. I think I am confused now. I am not sure which is the second or the third time. I think there were 140 or 150 of them in either the second or the third time. In January or February 78, which was the third time, and the fourth time, it was in April 78, and finally, the fifth time, it was in December 78. So I might get mixed up with the dates. However, the en masse was done in these 5 occasions. There could be another occasion which I cannot recall. Judge Yasakon, the one in March, was it those people who were brought from the East Zone, the accused? The people who were brought from the East were totaling in about 300 plus. But I'm not sure on the month. It could be in October or November 78. Judge Yasakon, what about the second or the third day of January 1979? How many prisoners were smashed? The accused. On these days, all the remaining prisoners were ordered to be smashed. There were 4 remaining for interrogation, and there were other 15 people who assisted in delivering the service to the office. So in total, there were remaining 19 prisoners. In the large-scale operation, the prisoners were killed en masse. And as you stated, the people who stationed there did not receive information in advance. Were the pits sufficient for those en masse killing? The accused, Your Honor, during the large-scale operation like that, when they were transferred from Phnom Penh, then they would have to dig more pits. In principle, they did not have to smash them in one day, but they had to smash them all. This is my response to you, Your Honor. Judge Yasakon, for a large-scale operation, how many days did it take to complete the operation? The accused, Your Honor, I cannot say in general, but the documents that we have in our hands, that is the document 159/1.10, the actual order was the 26th of October 77. These 100 people were and had been smashed until the 2nd or the 3rd day of next month. So that was from the 26th until the 1st, the 2nd. So it took 6 days to smash these 100 people. Yes, of course. So if the operation was done consecutively like this, were the prisoners transported during the daytime? The accused. If there was any transportation during the daytime, probably only a few of them would be transported. This was done in order to preserve secrecy. Judge Yasakon, were additional forces added to those existing forces for such large-scale killing? The accused, Your Honor, yes, it's possible. Maybe some guards were selected to add to the existing special unit forces. Judge Yasakon, can you clarify whether you personally went to Chiang Ai, and if so, how many times, and when, and with whom? And was it during the killing of the prisoners? The accused, Your Honor, I went to Chiang Ai once with the instruction from my superior. The reason was that I actually hesitated to go, but for his third instruction, I had to go. So, during the entire operation of S21, I went to inspect Chiang Ai for one time, and in Phnom Penh, I personally saw the operation one time. This is my response. I only went for one time to Chiang Ai. Judge Yasakon, you said that you were instructed by your superior for you to go to Chiang Ai. What was the purpose? The accuser, let me elaborate further on this. It was just a game of boredom by Pol Pot. They were careful, we can say that way. So out of a blue,
Pol Pot ordered Son Sen to inspect S21, and I was ordered to prepare in advance. When he came, he did not do anything. He wore a scarf on his head, and he stood at the gate, at the entrance to S21. And when he stepped out of the vehicle, I and Comrade Ho was there to greet him. When he came out of the vehicle, he looked here and there, and he said the brother Paul wanted to come by himself. So that was the word by Son Sen. And he said, okay, I have to go. So he left. So that was one example of the visit. In another instance, he urged me to go and watch the killing of the prisoner at S21, the killing of Suhna Elias Chuk and Jay Su. So that was the second incident. And for the third incident, he ordered the dead body of Li Pan to be photographed. He had been dead for 3 days, but he had to be exhumed and photographed. So in conclusion, either Pol Pot or Son Sen did not trust NAT or the Division 703. That's why he ordered it to be done that way. Or probably they play a game of boredom, or maybe they were too overcautious, or they did not trust the elements of the Division 703 who were still working with me. This is based on my analysis of the situation at the time. The President, I noticed the presence of the Defense Counsel. You can take the floor.
Mr. Hu, thank you, Mr. President. It's just concerning a translation issue from the French version. I am afraid that we have lost something in the translation. In the French version, it was said that Pol Pot came to inspect S21, and I do not believe that that's what you said.
The President, thank you, the Defense Counsel. I would like to remind the interpreters to try your best to avoid the loss in meaning, or probably it's a misunderstanding. And if the question is too fast and that could not be interpreted, please inform me so that I can remind the speaker to slow down, so that there is sufficient possibility to listen and to interpret appropriately. Judge Yasakon, you can continue. Judge Yasakon, when you went to Chiang Ai, did you go and inspect the pits? The accused, Your Honor. On the matter that I went to Chiang Ai, I only went there once, just for the sake of it. It's like Son Sen when he came to S21, he came for a quick, short visit, just for the sake of it. Let me reiterate that I went to Chiang Ai only for one time. I did not go there and sit at the pit nor watch the pit. I only went there for a very short time. It was in the same way as Son Sen came for a quick visit to S21. So I only had a quick trip to Chiang Ai. Judge Sakon, Son Sen ordered you to go to Chiang Ai in order to inspect. And as you just said, you went there very quickly. How could you explain this regarding the order of your superior? The accused, Your Honor, regarding the trip to Chiang Ai, I went there for a very short time. I did not look at the pits. I did not go and look into the house where the prisoners were kept before they would be taken and killed. Because the purpose was not to allow the 703 group to release any prisoner. Therefore, I thought there were 365 days in a year. If I went there 10 times a year, or it means 10 days in a year, then they would still have the possibility to release any prisoner if they so wished. So if they wanted to release any prisoner, even if I went there 10 days per year, I would not be able to stop them. But I believed they worked and they strived to work because they wanted to live. So there was no need for me to go and inspect their work. So I only went there for a short time just to compliment the work. And when I came back, the superior did not even question me about it. If he asked me, I would be ready to tell him about how people were shackled, and how the fence was installed surrounding the location. So these were the two cover stories I would prepare to respond to my question if he would wish to ask me so. I learned that I learned about the fence surrounding the location. So when I left the track, I could see the fence.
like what I thought. And the shackles or the handcuffs were not seen because I did not see them, but I asked about this information from Comrade Ho, who knew about them. If he asked me whether I would like to see them, I would tell him that I witnessed them while they were walked by the guards, but I only turned my back to the detainees. In principle, I knew that at that location, one detainee was sent in at a time. After the first one was smashed, then the other one would be taken out. So one person at a time. So these were the cover stories. I would be prepared to respond to my boss or my superior's questions if he would wish to ask me. Judge Yasakon, do you know how many pits or graves at Chiang Ek there were? The accused, Your Honor, I don't know about it. Judge Yasakon, have you been told by the people who stationed at that location about it? The accused, I think when it comes to my authority, I could even question them regarding that matters, but I did not even ask them anything about the pits. I did not need to ask the people who stationed there. I just asked Comrade Ho. I would get the answers, but I never asked. So. Judge Yasakon, I do not have further questions at the moment. Thank you, Mr. President. The President, it is time to take an adjournment for lunch. So I would like to also know whether other judges would like to put further questions to the accused before lunch break. Judge Lavenge, you take the floor.
Mr. President, I think it's better to take the lunch break now. However, it would be a good idea perhaps to seek clarification now from the prosecutors regarding their request as expressed this morning. You have filed a booklet including a number of photos, and if I understood you correctly, you wish that these photos should be produced and shown in the hearing, and you wish perhaps to use some of these either during the questioning of the accused or for presentation to the chamber in a more general way. I think you have referred to a 25-minute presentation. Did I understand you correctly?
Thank you, Your Honour. We're in Your Honour's hands about the length of time of the presentation, but the prosecution wanted to make sure that the three filings in relation to Rule 92, that relates to the two booklets. One booklet that's been referred to in court already, that's the physical layout of S21, and that booklet is numbered E53.1 to E53.24. The photographs referred to in that booklet, the prosecution wants to make sure that they have been put before the chamber properly in accordance with the direction given last Thursday. The second point is the booklet in relation to Chung Ek, the photographic booklet, and the photographs contained in there relating to the functioning of S21. That's the photographs showing the corpses and the torture equipment, the clothing and other evidence in support of the crimes. We wanted to make sure that that booklet is also properly before the court, pursuant to 87.2 and 3. And that filing is E63.1 to E63.158. And the third point the prosecution would like to make sure occurs is that the revised prisoner list and the supporting annexes, the 51 supporting annexes that describe the number of detainees at S21 and the type of detainees that were there, as well as the timing of the detainees' arrests and executions, is properly before the chamber. And that document is E68.1 to E68.51. Your Honours, the prosecution are aware that a few of those annexes have been referred to in the hearing, so would be subsequently on file, but a large number of them are not, and we would like to make sure that they are. Similarly, in relation to the photographs, some photographs have been referred to by the Mr. President, but there's another series that haven't, and we would like to be able to use that with the witnesses as they come, obviously with the accused, but quite independently of that, they themselves are proof of evidence, proof of the crimes that have been discussed in any event, particularly in relation to knowledge of the accused, reliability of witnesses, and other matters. So regardless of whether we wanted to put particular photos to the witnesses or annexes, we would like them to be taken into account in any event. And that was the main concern of the prosecution. As far as the public seeing various annexes or photographs, we could do that now, or alternatively, that could be done throughout the process. So we're in Your Honour's hands in relation to that.
Judge Lavergne, so if I understood you correctly, you wish to know whether the documents, as you have just described them, including their annexes, whether they are sufficiently summarized and presented to be admissible as being properly before the court in accordance with the internal rules.
That's correct, Your Honour. We feel that in relation to the guideline put forward by Judge Cartwright on Thursday, that documents now can be appropriately identified without being fully read out in court and without being summarised in court, but at least identified with the document number, the ERN numbers and the title of the document. So in a sense, our presentation would be limited to that, so that at least the public has an understanding of the evidence, but as far as the parties are concerned, so the parties have notice as well. I mean, obviously, a lot of this documentation is photographs and by themselves don't have a full description, but it would just be a very brief presentation to meet the standard that Your Honours has set for admission under 87.2 and 87.3.
So, the only objection that had been raised this morning by the defense had nothing to do with the identification of documents, but had something to do with the fact that some of the documents could contain something that would be contrary to protective measures applicable to certain witnesses. So I don't think the defense has any problem with the identification of documents that the co-prosecutors want to have included in the debate. Mr. In response to your question, Your Honor, a priori, I say there is no difficulty. However, if the Chamber will give us enough time, that's to say, over the lunch break, for us to check through this, I think this might be more equitable and fair. Thank you.
The President, thank you. I think it is time to take adjournment for lunch. So we will adjourn until 1:30 p.m. The security guards, please take the accused to the waiting room and bring him in at 1:30. Because we would like to know, for example, when any particular detainee had to be removed and smashed, would there be a necessity to record or to write down any piece of letter so that the letter could be sent to the superior before the superior could annotate, and then the letter would be sent to you to order such a thing, because managing such many people would not be easy without communication by writing. The accused, Your Honor. There were two stages in organizing this. First, before Sơn Sari alias Preu was smashed. At that time, Comrade Ho presented me a piece of letter. He said that this person was already interrogated. And then I said, okay, since he was already interrogated, then just take him away. So I did not really annotate on that piece of paper. I just told him verbally. So whenever detainees were interrogated and the interrogation completed, then he would come and report to me, and I would just give him a signal that the detainee would be able now to be taken away and smashed. The President, when you became the chairman, and after the incidents regarding this last person you mentioned, that he was killed before he confessed, so the right to decide who would be taken away were vested with you. So how could you make such decision? The accused, Mr. President, after this incident, the principal advised by the superior was clear that any detainee had to be interrogated and that he shall not die before he confessed. So it was an obligation, after all, that whether anyone had to be taken away or smashed, still maintain that it was under the responsibility of Comrade Ho, and he had his subordinates. And for example, if his subordinates already noted any detainee who already interrogated, then he would annotate in red or other kind of ink to communicate with him. And I did not really take part much in that, because they had to maintain the principle not to lose any confession. And when they presented any piece of paper to me, I rarely signed on those papers. The President, we noticed that in some documents you annotated as smash or leave them to be interrogated further. Like, for example, the 4 had to be left for further interrogation and smash the rest. So I think it is part of the annotation you made on the list. I can interpret that for example, when there were a lot of detainees to be taken away, then you would probably have to make such annotation, and this case would be different when there was fewer detainees that you may not need to annotate like that. The accused, so far as I remember, the list was from S24 pre-SAW. Comrade Ho reported on the incidents of these people to me. So he wrote the contemptible Sok. Sok was the secretary of the city before 1975, who was assigned to work at pre-SAW. And these people were ordered by my superior to take them to pre-SAW. And Mai Yun, the father-in-law of Comrade Sok, also was sent there. I asked my superior for advice. Then I annotated that the rest had to be smashed, leaving the 4 to be interrogated. But these people were those at pre-SAW, S24, not those people at S21. So regarding Comrade Sok and Mai Lun, my superior made it clear that before they were smashed, I had to annotate and inform him. So that's why I did so. The President, in the case file, there are some testimonies in which they reveal that in some meetings you advised to the executioners that they should not smash or clap the person to the back of the neck, because doing so the detainee would not die. Then they had to be slit to their throat to finish off. So can you elaborate further on this? The accused, Your Honor, I don't remember, but with your permission, I would like to also ask whether this testimony appears in Brother Mom Nai notebook or in other testimony. If it is in Brother's Mom Nai notebook, of course, I must have taught them so. Could you please just refer the document with EON number, then I will be well informed. The document, said the President, is in the introductory, in the indictment. The President, I think the testimony is taken from the witness, so witnesses would be summoned, and since we preserve the right to not disclose their identity, so we would not reveal them now, but the testimony is there inside the case file. We just would like to ask you whether you recall that event. However, we still have other sessions in which you can confront with the witnesses. The accused, I don't remember it. And I still maintain my positions that I never taught crocodile how to swim. The president, when detainees were taken away from S21 to be killed in the surrounding areas near Tuol Slang, when were they taken away? Because you said that the two key people were killed at about 5 p.m. Excuse me, 5 a.m. Correction from the interpreter. So, were the detainees killed during nighttime or during the day? The accused, I did not witness it. I can conclude that, if I am allowed to do so, all detainees, the majority of them, were executed at night. The President, are you aware of the mass graves and the individual grave, for example? Were there any preparation in place before people were taken away to be killed? The accused. Your Honor, preparations were in place, but I don't know what happened in Phnom Penh, but the graves would have been dug before detainees were sent to the location. I remember that there was a group of people who would be ready to dig the graves. I met Toi Teng. There were 4 of them who stationed at the location to dig the graves and to also cover the graves with dirt or soil. So, in conclusion, whether the graves are in Phnom Penh or in Chiang Ai, they were prepared or made ready in advance. The President, did you classify those people who would be assigned to dig the graves or those who would be assigned to execute detainees? Were these people assigned separately or were they assigned just the same thing?
The accused, from what I can recall and from asking Comrade Ho, those people who dug the graves, they only knew how to dig the graves and cover the graves. That was their duty at Chiang Ai, day and night. The President, I'm asking about the situations at the surrounding areas around S21, and I want to separate this from the Chiang Ai location. The accused, Your Honor, the killing of people in Phnom Penh, a small pit was dug which could accommodate about 3 people, and they were done by the special unit. The President, according to the documents and the records of exhumation, there were some mass graves which 28 bodies inside, and there were some other graves which the bodies of 10, 12 or 18 bodies. And the biggest one was the one with the 28 bodies. This is according to the records of exhumation which was done after the 1979, and we still could see the bones at the tool line. Those bones were from such exhumations. Are you still maintaining that the maximum people in one pit was only 3? The accused, Your Honor, I give myself into the documents, to the evidence, if the evidence such exists. The President, my last question before the break. Were there cases which require the executioners to order the prisoners who were to be executed to dig the pits by themselves before they were executed? The accused, Mr. President, I did not know about this, but I myself, I do not believe it. Or probably I only believe it to a maximum of 5%. The President, now it is time for a break. The chamber will adjourn for 20 minutes until 11 a.m. when the chamber will resume. The President, please be seated. The chamber is now back in session. The President, can you tell the chamber about the people who were taken and killed and buried in the mass grave, as I stated before the break? What was the process of taking those prisoners for the killing? How were they done? Were they transported? Because this is about the location surrounding S21 and not about the transporting of the prisoners to Chiang Ai. So it means they were taken from the Tu Sly prison to the killing locations surrounding Tu Sly. The accused, Mr. President, I do not know clearly, but I can conclude that because this is a criminal act that had been done by us, so I can make a presumption, although it may not be 100%. Usually for such killing, the prisoners were blindfolded, and at one time, probably there were only 3 prisoners, and once these 3 prisoners were killed, smashed, then they would come for more prisoners and taking 2 or 3 at a time, up to 28 prisoners per day. So that was the process. In order to avoid them from being escaped and from breaking secrecy. The President, regarding the killing of the 4 Westerners, Judge Tumani and Judge Cartwright already questioned you on this matter. I would like a clarification on this matter because there are contradictory views. So I have following questions. You said you did not believe that the Westerners were burned to ashes alive. So, in that case, did you order your subordinate to kill the Westerners? And what was exactly your order? The accused, Mr. President, I still remember the words that Uncle Noon told me. He said, for the long-nosed people, they had to be smashed and they had to be photographed. You have to remember, we do not spare, or we do not have to have their bones in exchange for a bulldozer. So that's what he told me. So when I returned home and when Comrade Ho came to meet me, he told me, I do not call them the long-nosed group, but I call them the French, that the Angka decided to remove them and that they had to be burned to ash. Their corpse had to be burned to ash and nothing would remain. And I emphasized on this point. It was the order from the upper echelon, and I ordered my subordinates to remove and smash them by burning them to ash. The President, did you receive a report or did you supervise the operation of that killing? The accused, no, I did not supervise that killing. Comrade Ho led that operation by himself. For such special circumstance, Comrade Ho would be there on the spot to inspect. The President, you have already acknowledged the killing of the prisoners by blood drawing until the bodies were drained and they died. I do not want to emphasize on that, but I would like to know the number of prisoners who died in such a way. And in the agreed fact, there is also one fact mentioned in paragraph 259. It states at least 1,000 people who were called in this way, that is by blood drawing. and there were 20 or 30 of them whose blood were drawn each day. So the figure was that at least 1,000 people died in this way, and yesterday and this morning you still said there was only about 100 prisoners who died that way. Are you still maintaining your position, or can you elaborate on this matter? The accused, Mr. President. I would like to provide my observation. The testimony mentioned in the agreed fact, I rejected it because it was a simple calculation that 20 or 30 people whose blood was drawn each day died, and they calculate it per year, per month and per year. As for me, the number that I said, there might be a little bit more or less than 100, and I'm sure there is still a surviving document as evidence on this matter. This is my testimony, Your Honor. I do not recognize the 1,000 figure or the regular 20 to 30 people per day, and I only maintain that they were sent to Hospital 98. The President, in the same paragraph in point C, one day at S21, there were blood of approximately 30 to 40 bags at S21. Can you elaborate further on this matter? The accused, Mr. President, the blood which was drawn would be delivered, and there was no time at all that there would be many bags, like 30 to 40 bags left at S21. And I knew before the blood drawing, they just checked the blood group A, B, O or AB, but they did not check for any other sign. So I said again, the blood was not left at S21 up to 30 or 40 bags. Also in the same paragraph, in G, there was a place for preserving blood called Srasrong to the east of Tul's Line prison. Is the statement correct? The accused, Mr. President, the word Srasrong was not used to pinpoint any particular location or attached to which unit or organization of Pol Pot. So the name was already apparent that it was not a name of a location. And as for blood preservation, it was even untrue, because nobody could do it without me asking for approval from the upper echelon. Only with the approval from the upper echelon it could be done, because it requires technical knowledge and the tools. So I reject that there is no blood preservation at S21. Mr. President, thank you. Now let me move on to the fact regarding Chương 8. However, before we go into that fact, I have a question. When the prisoners were led from the detention room to the killing sites surrounding S21,
What words or pretext were used by those who took them so that the prisoner were not aware that they would be taken out and killed? The accused, Mr. President, during the Khmer Rouge regime, the taking away and killed or the arrest was under a pretext, or they were lied. Commonly, they were told they would move to a new house. But this is just for the comfort of emotion, because in fact their arms were tied, they were blindfolded, so there was no possibility for them to escape. The only thing was that they were told this so that they would not shout or make any noise. So there had to be a form of light or pretext or moving to a new location. The President, regarding the selection of the Chiang Ai as a killing site, and Judge Cartwright already questioned you regarding some matters on the selection of the Chiang Ai as a killing site and who made such a decision. The question is, after a decision was made to pick that location and before the actual operation, did you and the security forces of S21 go there and organize the location? And how was the process done before the actual operation start? The accused, Mr. President, frankly speaking, these tasks were assigned to other people to do. After the agreement to select Chiang Ai, I had to report to my superior, and the superior agreed, and Comrade Ho did his work based on the principle of secrecy in order to prepare the smash not to be revealed. So the metal zinc plate were used to surround the location, and for the people who were there to look after the graves, and for the people who were transported there to be killed, and I saw that house where they stayed. So that was the operation. 4 people stationed there in order to dig the pit, to protect and to cover the pits after the killing was done. This is my response, Your Honor.
The President, were there any fence installed, or there were any guarding house, and that there is any sign to prove that the location was under control by S21, so that the other units were well informed that they should not intrude the location? The accused. The location belonged to perhaps Division 502. When we decided to choose the location, actually we made the request to the division to relieve that location to us, and then we built the fence, and then we built a hut covered with corrugated metal. Thank you, said the President. Do other judges of the bench wish to put further questions to the accused concerning Chiang Ai? Judge Yasakon, you take the floor.
Judge
Yasakon, thank you, Mr. President. Do you still remember that the detainees who were taken to Chương Ác to be executed, how many were there? The accused. Your Honor, I don't remember the exact figures, but among the 12,380 detainees or something, including more than 160 or something, they were all smashed at Chương Ác. And then some of them were smashed at the Khmau, and very few people were smashed in Phnom Penh in particular. Judge Yasakon, was there any indication or classification of detainees who would be smashed in Chương Ác or at S21 in Phnom Penh? The accused, Your Honor, if we talk about classification, I think detainees was classified in time sequence. For example, at the beginning, S21 and the former police office of Division 703, I mean the cadres from the division was smashed at the Khmau prison. And later on, they were killed and buried surrounding the Ponyayat High School. And last, they were smashed at Chương Ác. And the people who were the children below 5 years of age and people who died of blood drawing and died of disease were buried in Phnom Penh. I think this is how the corpses of the detainees were classified and buried, so far as I remember. Judge Yasakon, you chose Chương Ác as the burial site that is far from Phnom Penh. Did you advise your subordinates on how to take the detainees to be smashed at Chương Ác? The accused. Your Honor, I did not instruct subordinates on how to transport detainees because I believed that it was a part of the work they had done before, the crimes they had already been used to committing. By saying so, I did not really put or point my finger to them, but I did not really instruct them to transfer the detainees. They did their job based on their knowledge of the work. Judge Yasakon, when detainees were determined to be taken to Chương Ác, did you tell people at Chương Ác to be ready and prepared? The accused, Your Honor, the people who stationed at Chương Ác could be informed, perhaps, because they were in the same special unit. So those people would be ready to open the gate's door to allow the people from Phnom Penh to get in. And they were also in charge of digging up the graves and also cover them. And I think probably they would not be informed in advance. Judge Yasakon, was there any special force that transported detainees to Chương Ác by trucks and that before any detainees were uploaded on the trucks, they would be told that they would be moving to the new home. Was that a practice? The accused, Your Honor, the misleading pretext was a pretext across the country, and it did exist at S21. Judge Yasakon, were there any guards who would guard the detainees while they being transferred on their truck? There were 4 people, said the accused, 1 driver, 2 guards guarding the detainees, and another guard guarding at the back of the truck. Judge Yasakon, were the detainees who were being transferred on the trucks blindfolded, handcuffed? The accused, Your Honor, detainees had to be tied, their hands had to be tied to their back, and they had to be blindfolded, but I'm not quite sure if they were also shackles to their legs. Judge Yasakon, was there a case when the detainees were sent to Cheung Ak and immediately upon arriving the location they were put into a small hut? The accused, it is true that the detainees had to be kept in that hut after they were unloaded from the trucks, and they still remained blindfolded and they were tied to their back. Judge Yasakon, when exactly were the detainees sent to Cheung Ak? During the daytime or at night? The accused, I can conclude that most of the detainees were sent at night. Judge Yasakon, when the detainees were put in that wooden house or hut, were there any generator turned on? The accused, Your Honor, I went to Cheung Ak once. I did not see any generator. I saw torches, the light from the torches in that location. So in conclusion, I don't believe there was any generator at Cheung Ak. Judge Yasakon, when detainees were removed from the wooden hut, were they told that they would be moving to a new home? Counterattack from the people they arrested. They used to kill people. The people they killed never been able to fight back before they were killed, and those died. So this experience has been passed down from even the time when there was a war, and after the 17th of April 1975, they killed people who were not armed. So this experience was obvious for them to be able to skillfully kill people. So since the establishment of Division 703 and the police at this division were used to such killing already. That's all, Your Honor.
Judge Lavergne, this great amount of experience of theirs, would you say that it had to do with the fact that these executioners were also people who did not ask any questions, they just executed, they implemented the orders to execute? Or did you ever find that there may have been difficulties? Would there have been issues with some of these people's conscience creating a problem?
យល់ដឹងអំពីថាតើមានការបញ្ហាអីទេក្នុងការអនុវត្តការសម្លាប់របស់គេនោះ
The accused, Your Honor, I don't believe that they did not have any conscience or remorse. I believe that they had such feeling. I am aware of that and understand it. My superior was also aware of it. I can say this because there was a case to support it. But I would like to end now. I think everyone was ashamed or was conscious and remorseful regarding that.
Judge Lavergne, do you know whether any of those executioners had been involved in executions throughout the life of S21, or were there rotations and vacancies of positions being filled at S21, and who decided about who would be recruited?
លែងធ្វើនៅកន្លែងនឹងតទៅទៀត
The accused, Your Honor, the more recruitments could happen because I removed some of the special unit to work as in the interrogation team. So, in principle, they had been informed already that the new recruitments were referred to people who had good biography. people who had significantly taken part in the revolutionary movement. And we had trust on them. So in conclusion, I cannot remember how many times people were recruited, but in principle, people were actually recruited. That's all, Your Honor.
So, Judge Lavergne, some people have been recruited, and some people were active in that kind of position throughout the whole lifetime of S21. Is that so?
The accused, there were quite a number of people who carried out the execution throughout the life of S21.
Judge Lavergne, earlier on you told us that to be recruited as a member of this special unit, you had to have a good biography. Your commitment to the revolution had to be faultless. Did you also have to be a person who could keep secrets? Maintain confidentiality, and did you possibly double-check whether these people were keeping the secret, the level of secrecy properly?
The accused, Your Honor, people who could maintain confidentiality were the interrogators. But the special unit people had, of course, to maintain confidentiality.
Donc les exécutions.
Judge Lavergne, so executions were never the subject of discussions within the staff of S21. Was it forbidden to talk about them amongst the staff of S21?
The accused, people who were tasked to take people away to be killed had no right to contest. They had to implement the task.
No, this I understand. They could not challenge the order to execute somebody, but were they allowed to talk about it amongst themselves, amongst colleagues, amongst staff members? Was it allowed for people of that staff to talk amongst themselves about executions?
The accused, Your Honor, among the special unit people, they discussed among themselves. They discussed about the techniques in execution. They discussed about how people would be transferred or transported. They discussed about how people would be arrested. Although the arrest was very few, but they still had it in their discussion. Especially the topic regarding how to guard, to defend the location from any attack from the outsider. It was part of the discussion, and they also discussed about how to control any riots inside the compound and how to control it. So these were on top of the self-criticism session or task.
Judge Lavergne, when we were talking about interrogators, I don't remember whether this question was put to you, but I do seem to have read somewhere in the case file that telephone communication by interrogators, such telephone talks were recorded. Is this correct? And if they were recorded, what were they recorded for, these telephone talks?
The accused. I already contested such allegation. It did not exist. And I still maintain my position.
Judge Lavergne, amongst the special unit executioners, were there ever any of them who were sanctioned, disciplined for having done a poor job or refusing to do their job?
The accused. Your Honor, to my knowledge, no special units people were detained at S21 because they were sanctioned for their poor job. However, the interrogators, when they were transferred to the teams, then they would be arrested or detained for the reason, the mistake they made during the interrogation. That's all, Your Honor.
Judge Lavergne, did you have regular contact with the special unit? Did you share meals with them? Did you meet with them every day? Did you talk to them on a regular basis?
The accused. Your Honor. We had a communal eating house that we had to eat together. At my table there were just few people, 7 to 8 or 6 to 8 people. As I remember, there were brother Mom Nai, Comrade Ho, who sometimes came, sometimes didn't, and Comrade Pon. And when my wife, who paid me a visit to the house, then she would share meal at that table. So I never had meals with the special unit people. When I ordered anything to the special unit people, I never did it directly. I had to do it through Comrade Ho. The secretary of this special platoon and unit never came close to me. In the committee of that unit, there was another person who was even closer to me than him. It was the deputy secretary of that platoon, the special platoon. But there was no secrecy he shared with me. It was just the routine communication between the superior and subordinates. That's all, Your Honor.
Donc, est-ce qu'on peut dire que
can you therefore say that you never personally sought to have discussions with these executioners, that is to say, trying to understand how they were doing their job, or if they had any specific issues? You never tried to understand this, or to understand the relations that you could have had with them?
The accused, Your Honor, that is correct.
Est-ce qu'ils vous craignaient?
Were they afraid of you, says Judge Lavergne?
The accused, that is true. They were afraid of me.
Alors, sur un autre sujet concernant
now, let's get back to the execution methods, says Judge Lavergne. And in what I read earlier on, reference is made to M13, but however, based on what I understood today, well, were the same methods being used at M13 and at S21, or were different methods being used?
The accused, Your Honor, When we talk about the method, we talk whatever we could do in order to make the person dead. When we talk in that capacity, initially there was a difference between M13 and S21. The difference was that at M13, the prisoners were clapped with a bamboo stick to the base of the neck. And at S21, not satisfied with the stepping to the base of the throat. So they stepped into the big vein at the throat. And later on, I heard Comrade Hoyt talk during his filming with Rutapan that the method of killing was the same as the one that was practiced at M13. So that was the difference. However, the conclusion was whatever they did in order to make the person dead. And the method that was not used at M13 but was used at S21 was that after the prisoners were smashed, they were photographed. And then the photos would be sent to the upper echelon as evidence. And another difference was regarding the four Westerners. They were smashed, and their bodies had to be burned to ash. However, their photos were not taken after they were smashed. That was it. This is my response, Your Honor.
Judge well, in a certain way for you, could you say that the method that was used was something that you were indifferent to, and that the only thing that mattered to you was the result? That is to say that the person was indeed dead. Or was it important for you, however, to know how the person would die?
The accused, Your Honor, what you said is correct. I never thought of the method that they practiced. Whatever they did, just make sure that the prisoners were smashed. This is my response, Your Honor.
Judge Laverne, you saw photographs of the people who had been executed, and on some of these photographs you can indeed see that the bodies have traces of blows or of cuts at the level of the jugular. Or did you also see photos with bodies carrying traces where it was clear that the stomach had been cut open? Have you seen pictures of bodies whose stomach had been opened?
The accused, yes, I saw them. The majority of the case, their throats were slashed. However, in some particular instances, the photos of Von Wade, Chai Kum Ho, and Nat, their throats were slashed. In addition, they were disembowelment. From what I can recall, only these 3 people had their stomachs opened, and the photos were sent to the upper echelon. I was quiet, and the superior was quiet too. So from I recall, there were only these 3 people who had that incident.
Judge Laferne, if you were shocked, did you ask why this had been carried out in this way?
The accused, I did not ask. I only concluded that in order to make sure, because the Division 703 was under the full supervision of NAT, and in order for the topmost echelon to believe, to believe that for the remaining elements of the Division 703 at S21, then their stomachs were cut open as shown in the photos. And before the 17th April 75, Von Wade were the superior of NAT and control NAT. So both NAT and Von Wade were disemboweled, and Chai Kim Ho was also disemboweled. This is my response, Your Honor. The President, it is now time for a break. The chamber will adjourn for 20 minutes until 3 p.m. when the chamber will resume. That's all, Your Honor.
Judge Laverne, so we know that certain people have survived. And was the particular situation of these survivors, well, was this the object of a discussion between you and your superiors? Were there any specific reasons to not execute these people? Or was it just a result of a certain haste and that there was no decision taken regarding them? What exactly happened? Why are these people still alive?
The accused. Your Honor, when Uncle Noon ordered S21 to empty the premises, I did not think of the people I kept to serve S21, the 9 people. I did not think of the people I kept to serve me or S21. No, I didn't. I never thought of that. That's why I did not ask him for confirmation. When Ho removed them, then some people whom we trust were left. Among them, there were 5 of them who were decided by the upper echelon that they should not be killed. Apart from them, there were other people that I kept in the framework of S21 to be used at the location. So when the Vietnamese troops approached us, then I just fled and left them behind. So the reason that I left leaving these people behind, and these people still survive until now.
Judge Lavergne, so if I have understood correctly, it is only because of the escape and the resulting precipitation that these people were not executed. It was not due to a decision that you had thought about and that would stem from some kind of specific clemency coming from you.
The accused. I did not have any actually mercy or thought of it. I just fled immediately without even thinking about this in mind.
Judge Lavergne, you also said, if I'm not mistaken, that the higher echelon had decided that there were 5 people who were not to be killed. Is that what you said? Well, if this is the case, could you tell us why these people were not to be executed according to the upper echelon?
The accused, these 5 people were the artist, the sculptor that Pol Pot would like to keep in order to build a memorial monument on the top of Wat Phnom. And that's why he made such a decision to spare their life in order to keep them to build such monument.
Judge Lavergne, so during the last days here, well, it seems that you said that you had no desire to visit the detention center, and that you did not want to, you wanted neither to hear nor to see the prisoners while they were being interrogated and tortured. I also believe that we understood that you had no desire to see the prisoners being executed and to see the locations where they were executed and to get to know the execution methods and to know the places where they were buried. Except, however, if you were obliged and if you had received an order from a superior who obliged you to, quote-unquote, check on the situation. Is this what we are supposed to understand?
The accused, Your Honor, your understanding is correct.
Alors,
Judge Lavergne, so therefore this lack of desire, was it to protect yourself, or were you trying to shield yourself from a reality that you could find disturbing, or to avoid ending up in uncomfortable situations?
The accused. It is also true, Your Honor, as I also mentioned earlier, that I betrayed my friends only to survive myself, to further see the sunlight.
Judge Lavergne, for you, the prisoners at S21, did they still have any kind of human reality for you? Was your job just executing simple mathematical operations such as additions and subtractions, or was it simply to make sure to guarantee the quality of the confessions? Was that all your work was about?
The accused. In short, it could be seen that I had been quite involved in the confessions. It is true. I tried my best days and nights without feeling exhausted. However, during that time, I tried to avoid seeing the place that could affect my emotion. I knew that there were criminal acts. But there was a feeling to comfort myself. The government is accountable in the eye of the history. I was the police, and in my capacity as the police, I had to fulfill my task. I was terrified, shocked, and moved, but there was the feeling, the small feeling deep inside me that kept me move on. However, if I look at the current situation and having seen the annotations on those confessions, I have observed that it has a more criminal nature than the special unit who took people to be smashed at Chiang Ek. This special unit who took the prisoners to be smashed at Chiang Ek, they only executed the people who perceived as dead and who had been ordered by the superior to smash them. But for me, I had a pen. I annotated on the confessions and on documents to report to the superior. Although I tried to be very objective in annotating on such documents, the upper echelon would only resort to trust on the annotation so that more arrests would be made from the documents. This is the fact that I am accountable for the crimes committed at S21, and that I am responsible, even more responsible for only annotating on the documents than those who really took the prisoners to be smashed at Chiang Ek. And meanwhile, the documents concerning the party's line that I used to teach people, that document has more criminal nature than my annotations on the documents or the confessions. Why? Because that party's line that was circulated really put pressure on the people who were trained or educated and made them become more criminal or cruel. So, in conclusion, if you look now to the picture I was taken during that time, it seems like I was rather proud at that time for maintaining the class stance firmly. But if I look at it now and analyze it, I would say that it is a shame. It is shocking. And it is very shameful for having such a picture to represent that I had killed more than 12,000 people. So I am accountable for all the crimes committed at S21. At the same time, I was a member of the party. I am moved for the fact that more than 1 million of Cambodian population had been killed. I am emotionally responsible for the more than 1 million people who were killed, and I am responsible for this act forever. I would like to end it now, Your Honor.
Judge Lavan, I do not have any further questions, Mr. President. Thank you.
The President, is there any judges of the bench who would wish to put further questions to the accused? The President, I still need some clarifications on a few points. Could you please clarify on the number of people who stationed at Cheung Ek? How many were there? Were they? And what were their main functions or roles? The accused, Mr. President, there were 4 people, as I remember. I don't remember their names, but I remember one person clearly, Toi Ting, who was the man who dug the graves or pits, and when people left, he had to cover the pits, and he had to make sure that people from outside could not be allowed in. So his main role was that. The President, number 2, can you tell me whether the pits, the size of the mass graves were discussed or advised by you to the people there? For example, how big the graves would be dug, and so on. The accused, Mr. President, I did not explain or instruct in details like that. The President, what about the prisoner of war, the Vietnamese prisoners of war? Were they killed in Phnom Penh or at Cheung Ek? The accused, I'm not sure, but I think most likely they were killed at Chiang Ai because there were people ready to transport them to Chiang Ai. The President, you said the key people, who were they referred to, and what qualification that made you classify them as key people, or were there any other people as important as those detainees you called important? The accused, I would like to respond in 2 words. Number one, the key people were referred to people in the party and in the CPK during that time. Number two, no other person higher than Susopan. And Susopan had to be interrogated thoroughly, and later on Won Wade, who was the 6th member of the Central Party Committee. So, Mr. President, what about Mr. Hut Sambat, who Nam Chao Seng,
The President, there were some cases with the names including Hut Sambat, Hu Num, Chao Seng, Hung Tond, whom you talked about and referred to as your teacher, and he was also a dean at the Royal University of Phnom Penh, also the ambassador of the Democratic Cambodia to Laos, Mak Tuj alias Kam, and there was also an ambassador of the DK to Vietnam who were killed there. Did you consider them to be important, and where was the location when they were killed, in Phnom Penh or at Chiang Ai? The accused, Your Honor, I would like to separate the 2 matters. The individuals who were the members of the National United Front for Salvation and the members of the DK government, they were called the intellectuals. I did not value them as important. So the interrogation process was not as thorough as Hut Sambat or E Sapunthi, because I did not pay much attention to their confessions, and that was what happened. And where they were smashed, I could not understand, but I believe they were taken to Chiang Ai. And for the people like the inside party rank, the members, Chiang An, although he is an ambassador, he used to be a veteran in the revolution, and Tuj alias Kam and Youth Tol, they were the people inside the party. So the interrogation has to be more emphasized than those whom I just mentioned. These people might have been taken and killed at Chiang Ai. As for the Professor Painton, I did not know of his fate, but there might be a surviving document, and his interrogation was a preliminary investigation by Brother Bom Nai. And He was interrogated by Brother Mom Nai, and he was not tortured. However, later on he died because of his sickness and the lack of food. If he died at the security office in Phnom Penh, then the body would be buried in Phnom Penh. But I would not be able to say exactly about the location of the burial. However, for this individual, whom I regret is that I respected him as I respected Chau Seng or Rod Kun. If I knew, I would provide the support the best that I could, as I provided the support to Chau Seng and Rod Kun. Even if at a later stage I had to smash him according to the order, because that was the procedure, but at least I would feel relieved that I could have supported him. And this is frank. This is from the bottom of my heart. I did not betray the soul of my teacher. I would ask for the forgiveness from the soul of my teacher. I didn't know about his fate at the time. If I knew, I would have supported him as I have supported Chau Seng or Rod Kun. And that is the reality. So for this particular individual, I suspect his body was still within the compound of the security office in Phnom Penh. The President, Judge Cartwright, do you have any questions to be put to the accused? I noticed the presence of the co-prosecutor. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't, of course, propose to put any questions to the accused today. The prosecution doesn't. However, there seems to be just a small amount of confusion about whether or not the revised prisoner lists and the annexes have been put before the chamber, and that's E68.1 to E68.51. I would just ask if you could confirm my belief that they have been put before the chamber. Also, E53.1 to E53.24, which is the layout of S21, that photographic book, the first one that was produced, and that has been properly put before the chamber. And I see some nods from the judges, so I assume that is the case.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Yes, Mr. Smith, the Chamber does confirm that the documents that you specified this morning, and two of which you have just repeated, are put before the Chamber in terms of the guidelines issued and in terms of Rule 87. And of course the same applies for the documents specified by the defence earlier this afternoon. I just want to take this opportunity of ensuring that you do not intend to put before the Chamber now any photographs or any other documents, but that you will be reserving those items to use during your questioning of the accused or through other witnesses. Is that the situation?
That's correct, Your Honour, or alternatively at any other time, perhaps in the closing address.
Yes, that is as the Chamber understood the position, but we simply wanted to clarify that now. So I believe that we have dealt with your request made earlier today, and that there are no further matters in relation to your documents that we need to attend to.
Thank you, Your Honour. There's no further matter.
លោកស្រីចក្រមមិនមានដំណើរអ្វីផ្សេងទៀតទេទាក់ទងនឹងឯកសារ
The President, because of the questioning of the fact, now the Chamber has reached its hearing time for today. We will adjourn and we will resume on the Monday, the 22nd of June 2009 from 9 a.m. During the proceedings from Monday, 22nd of June 2009, the proceeding would initiate by the co-prosecutor, the lawyers for the civil parties, to put questions to the accused regarding the operation of S-21 and JA. And I would like to invite all the parties to participate in the proceeding. Security officer, take the accused back to the detention facility and bring him back on Monday, the 22nd of June 2009 before 9 a.m. The President, please be seated. The Chamber is in session. Before the adjournment, Judge Lavagne was putting questions to the accused, so I would like him to proceed with further questions.
Judge Lavergne, during these proceedings you have stated that corpses of executed prisoners were either buried around S-21 or in S-21 or in Chang'e. Now, during the investigation phase, there was an investigation in the area amongst the people who were residents around what is now the Tulslang Museum. One of the persons interviewed, and please look at D497. D497 is where you can find this person's interview. I need not give the name of this person, but I would simply like to read an excerpt from what this person said. This person explains that this person returned in the early 1980s to this area to go back and find the house that was this person's, the house where this person was born. So this person went back along with the family, found that the whole area had fences, but that the parental house had not changed. There were banana trees planted around the house. The house had 3 parts, 3 segments. In the central part, none of the furniture has been moved, it had just aged somewhat. And this person also says the following: this house had been used to store ashes. Ashes. No, people, the base people told me that these ashes were human ashes that were used as fertilizer. This is in the case file. Can you tell us whether you have read this particular interview? Do you have any comments on this? Corpses were burnt, and is it true that ashes from human bodies were thus used as fertilizer?
The accused, Your Honor, I have never read this document. If I can conclude, I may say that at that time, no detainee was burned except the 4 Westerners. Which we received from the order from the superior to burn them to ashes. So we did not burn any other detainees. I therefore cannot elaborate further.
Judge Lavergne, but there are other corpses than the corpses of those 4 foreigners that were burnt to ashes. You have mentioned that certain corpses from Takmao
The accused, I did not order that the corpses in Takmao be burned to ashes. I did not order them to be burned to ashes. I never thought or had any idea why the ashes of the corpses were ever used as the fertilizer. I don't believe that the corpses in the Khmer were used as the fertilizer anyway.
Judge Lavergne, another question on a different topic now. The transport between S21 to and Chung Ek, from S21 to Chung Ek. Do you confirm that these transfers took place chiefly at night? And were you ever personally present when the trucks left, or did you personally ever check and control the departures of these trucks?
The accused, I never checked or controlled when the trucks left or when they came in.
Judge Lavergne, so you don't really know whether they took place at night or in the daytime?
The accused, when I checked at Chương Ác, I was asked to go there at night. That's why I conclude that the detainees were transported at night, and I believe that when the operation took place at night, the confidentiality would be well maintained.
Judge Lavergne, another question, and I'm now talking about the photos. If I understood correctly what you said, the photos were produced exclusively when there was a request for this from the upper echelon. Is this correct?
The accused, Your Honor, the key people ordered by the superior to take the photograph of those people, and that the photograph had to be sent to the superior. For other photos of detainees, for example, there was a case when I went to Tuol Sleng Genocidal Museum. There was a photo shown to me who died and was left on the corridor. Before he was taken out, his photo was taken. And the co-investigating judges asked why his picture was taken like that. Then Comrade T, the person who knew the story, told the co-investigating judges that the picture was taken to prove that the person died, obviously. So people who died at Tuol Sleng, especially people who were not key detainees, their photos were taken only to prove that they perished. The photos prove that the implementers of the task, would not release them. They did die.
Excusez-moi, je pense qu'il y a eu à nouveau un problème.
Mr. Roux, I think there's been a problem once again with translation. I've heard for the persons who were not important, pictures were taken. But it's exactly the opposite that is true. So this needs to be corrected on the transcript.
Alors, qu'est-ce que vous avez dit?
Judge Lavergne, so what exactly did you say once again? Was it applicable to the important people or to the not important people, or for both?
Alors, expliquez-vous.
Please explain, says Judge Lavergne.
The accused, I would like to emphasize this matter as follows. First, the key persons, the upper echelon would order that their photos be taken. After the photos were developed, then they would be sent to the upper echelon. Number two, people who are not very important, but they died in S21. The guards had to take their photos to prove, to show to the chairman of S21 that the people already died. They were not released. In order to prove that they were faithful, that they did not release any detainee, and that the Angkar should be well informed. That's all, Your Honor.
Judge Lavergne. So, would you say that a majority of detainees, of prisoners, were photographed, or a minority? Was it an exceptional gesture, or was it for a majority of detainees?
The accused, Your Honor, the photos with name tags on them the photos with numbers on their chest, according to my instruction, had to be the detainees had to be taken photograph. So every one of them. But regarding some key detainees, their photos were taken but not with the name tag attached to their chest. So far as I remember, Khoi Thun was not taken, the photograph of Khoi Thun was not taken while he had the name tag attached to his chest like the others. That's all, Your Honor.
Judge Lavergne, but according to you, the pictures of the corpses, are we referring to hundreds of photos, thousands of photos? And did you scrutinize each one of these photos?
The accused, Your Honor, the photos that were to be sent to the upper echelon, I examined each one of them. As for the photos of the corpses at S21, I never looked at those photos.
Mais est-ce que tout...
All those photos, were they not all supposed to be sent up to the upper echelon?
The accused. The photos of the less important prisoners taken at S21 were not meant for me to be sent to the upper echelon. They were taken in order to protect themselves when asked by the upper echelon. For instance, a photo of teacher Damsarun. If she died because of sickness, her photo would be taken. And later on, if Angka recognized that somebody else was Damsarun, then Angka would question me. And if Angka questioned me, then I would question my subordinate whether they have the photo and the serial number of Damsarun. Correct whether Damsarun was released or not. So after I asked the subordinates, and if the subordinates have the photo to show me that she's dead, so if my subordinates show me the evidence, the photo of the dead Damsarun, therefore this is just to protect themselves. Nobody dared to release anyone. So in conclusion, some photos were not sent to the upper echelon, and I myself did not see those photos. The photographs were taken in order to protect themselves if they were asked by the upper echelon. And I would like to clarify that the story of the example that I provided in the case of teacher Damsarun was just an example. I did not mean that there was a photo of her dead body.
Judge Laverne, you have another question concerning the end period of S21. You explained that towards the end of S21, you were told to conduct mass executions. Were these mass executions in line with objectives similar to those of earlier executions? You said that chiefly mass executions were implemented to avoid overcrowding in the prison, where you would then have had sanitary problems, food ration problems, as well as security problems, because you had to avoid the risk of people escaping. But when closer to the final days of S21 and 78, end of 1978 and initial days of 79, that last mass execution, would you say that it was ordered for the same reasons as earlier executions or for different reasons?
The accused, Your Honor. At the final stage, on the 2nd and the 3rd of January 1979, the killing was for a different purpose. And the purpose was to have no prisoner remaining at S21. Because the upper echelon seems to think that they would be defeated by the Vietnamese. And at that time, Uncle Noon called me for work assignment. And he said, Comrade Dunch, you had to remove all the prisoners to Chiang Ai. I asked him immediately, what about the Vietnamese whom we kept to interrogate for radio broadcast? And he replied that all the prisoners had to be removed. And he also said, later on we could of course get more Vietnamese prisoners of war. That's why I said, for those 4 or 8 people, I would like to keep them for interrogation. The Yo 8 group, I would like to keep them for interrogation. The unit was called Yo 8. It's the short form for Y8. So the 4 Yo 8 combatants which were arrested, I propose to keep them for interrogation. He said he agreed, but then that I had to be responsible if any mishaps happen. And after that, I still could not think that the Vietnamese were approaching the city. I thought the prisoners were removed in order to have more place for the new coming prisoners. Therefore, I was afraid, probably it's going to be my turn. So I felt exhausted, uncomfortable, and I couldn't work, and I just kept sleeping.
So in conclusion, I rest these details is to show that the purpose that the upper echelons to remove the remaining prisoners was not in order to leave room for the new coming prisoners as it happened before. However, I thought the existing prisoners were removed in order to make rooms to accommodate the new coming prisoners. So therefore, my understanding at the time was wrong. It was not the reality of what happened. This is my response, Your Honor.
Judge Lavergne, I believe that there is a contradiction in what you just said, because you said at the beginning of your answer that according to you, the higher echelon thought, or it seemed that it thought, that it could be defeated by the Vietnamese. And however, you say that you didn't understand that, or that you hadn't understood that at that moment. So you even suggested to keep 4 Vietnamese prisoners of war, or 5.
The accused, I propose to keep 4 combatants from the White 8 unit or Yo 8 unit for interrogation. This White 8 unit was the group who sought the foreigners. When Elizabeth Baker and Richard Edmund were in Cambodia. Richard Datman. When they visited Cambodia. So they were not the soldiers of Vietnam, and there were not 8 of them. They were the soldiers who defend the Ministry of Defense. They were the people who shot and assassinated the British journalist Richard Datman, who visited Cambodia at the time. So this is my clarification. That's why I propose to keep them in order to interrogate them.
Judge Lavergne, at any moment in your conversation with Nguyen Che, did he tell you that you had to get prepared to evacuate Phnom Penh and to therefore eventually get rid of any traces? Was this ever brought up in the conversation that you had with him? Or could you just imagine that Nguyen Che was considering such a collapse?
The accused, Your Honor, Nguyen Che and Pol Pot, who were in Phnom Penh, they only took the protective preparatory measure at the time. Both Nuon Chea and Pol Pot did not believe that the Vietnamese troops would reach Phnom Penh so early. And the evidence was the surviving documents at the office 870, they were untouched. Both Nuon Chea, Pol Pot and Khieu Samphan fled hastily when Vietnam entered the city. That was the situations that I learned at a later stage, and that was what happened.
Judge Lavergne, so you are told that there should be no longer any prisoners remaining at S21. So, according to you, you thought that other prisoners were going to arrive and that things were going to continue, but however, you were told to leave S21. And you gave the order to execute the 4 soldiers from Group Y8. You gave that order, didn't you? Or was it someone, or was this order given from somebody from above?
The accused, Mr. President, the order to smash the 4 combatants from Y8 unit was the order from the upper echelon for us to resolve the matter by ourselves when we have problems. So I handed the issue and the responsibility to Comrade Ho. And once the Vietnamese troops reached Phnom Penh, the order was still in existence and they implemented the order.